call.
President Mr. Nishii,
I'm here.
Vice President Mr. Noyola, Clerk Mrs. Yokoyama Bui, Board Member Mrs. McCatton, Board Member Mrs. Mendoza, Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
This evening we'll be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation. 3 matters, Government Code Section 54957. We're going to be having a conference with the labor negotiator, update on negotiations with the ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. We will be having a discussion with our real property negotiator. 1 matter, it'll be pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. We'll also be discussing existing litigation, Special Education Settlement Agreement, OAH, number 20250709113. That will be pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. I will appoint Sue Yu as the temporary closed session clerk. Is there any public comments on closed session items?
There is none.
Great. May I have a motion to close session? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Tonight, in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline. Oh, I'm sorry. The board is back in open session. Can I have a motion?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Please silence your cell phones. If anybody's in need of translation services, we have somebody in the back to help you with that. Closed session report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 3 matters pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. We had a discussion with conference with the labor negotiator, updated negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. We had a conference with our real property negotiator. One matter, Government Code Section 54956.8. We discussed existing litigation. In closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $21,715, in parentheses, if the student qualifies for special education, and if they don't, $15,895 if they don't qualify for special education. Attorney's fees of only $6,000, compensatory education of $3,395, or $9,215 if, again, the student qualifies for special education. Independent educational evaluation of $6,500 for OAH case number 2025-070913. This passed by a vote of 7-0. Pledge of Allegiance. Today, we'll have a Pledge of Allegiance by Bragg Elementary School, who are accompanied by their principal, Dr. Hilda Flores, and their teacher, Ms. Julie Lawrence.
Good evening, President Nishi, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokohama Bui, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, and community members. My name is James Tucker.
My name is Camila Espinoza. My name is Alexandra Ilajay.
My name is Arjun Patel.
And my name is Dominic Shear. And we're here to represent Mary Bragg and to lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart.
Face the flag.
Ready, begin.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Camden Jacobson to talk about our Green Ribbon Schools Awards for 2025.
Hello, my name is Camden Jacobson, and I have been a member of the Green Team for 3 years. Have you ever noticed the trash on the beach and the pollution in the air? Green Team helps the best we can to eliminate all that. We are very proud that Bragg Elementary was named a California Green Ribbon School by the California Department of Education. We celebrated our school's ongoing commitment to sustainability, environmental education, and student leadership. We have pollinator gardens so that animals and insects, such as hummingbirds and bees, can help grow plants around the world. Our Green Team also hosts beach cleanups to pick up all the trash along the beach to prevent it from going in the ocean. Additionally, our team plants trees to help ensure that oxygen levels remain sustainable. At Mary Bragg, we developed a trash-free lunch station. The process requires that students separate milk cartons, recyclable materials, and compost from the regular trash. This process reduced our daily lunch trash to only 2 bags. The compost is donated and provides food for 2 pigs and a parrot. In conclusion, the Mary Bragg Green Team grows pollinator gardens, hosts beach cleanups, plants trees, participates in trash-free lunch, and helps feed 3 animals. All of these things are done with the hope of making life on our beautiful planet more comfortable.
Is there any other presentation? All right, then I'll take questions from the board. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, welcome back. Are you guys enjoying your first days of school? Yeah?
Yes.
I heard you guys practicing outside. You did a really good job. You did a really good job. I have some stickers for you. There's 7 because I think someone's supposed to show up. These are special stickers. You can't get them anywhere else except here at the boardroom. So can you send someone to come pick them up so you guys can share them? You guys can put them, don't put them on like your books at school. I don't think your teachers will appreciate that, but you can put them like somewhere that's appropriate. And I just wanted to thank you guys. It sounds like you guys are doing such a great job but I heard you guys, you do enough composting for 2 pigs and a parent? Like,
Yeah.
what, do we actually give them to the pigs, or it's just like the amount that we save?
We give them to 2 pigs and 1 parrot. Yeah.
Where?
It's a friend of Mrs. Flores.
That is so cool. And it's all free, right?
Yeah.
And we're composting. You guys are doing an awesome job. I look forward, hopefully I can come over and see all the work that you guys are doing. So have a great year, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
Great job, you guys. That was so well performed, well rehearsed. You should all be very proud of yourselves for coming here today. I did want to congratulate you as well on your composting program. You are role models, not only for all the kids in our school district, at all the elementary schools, junior high, high schools, but for us as a community, because I believe they just started composting this year in our city. So whenever I think of composting, I don't lie, I think of the Bragg kids, because I know you guys do it every lunch. I follow you guys on Instagram. I was so pleased to go to your environmental symposium last year. Will you be having one again this year? And if you do, please extend an invitation to all the board members so we could join you, because I did see a picture of the pig that you feed, that you adopted and you feed. So are you guys enjoying your newly renovated school? What's your, if a few of you want to say, what's your favorite part about your newly renovated school? Maybe some kids who've been there for a few years and see a change from before to after. Go ahead.
Well, we have like new furniture, new desks, all the new stuff to help the kids grow and learn.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else want to share?
I really like the new bathrooms. They're just way cleaner.
Yes. Bathrooms are very big for me too, so thank you for mentioning that. And thank you to Dr. Flores for being here. Thank you for always welcoming us to your school. Please invite us to all your events this year, all right? Make sure you send an invitation to board. Thank you.
Let me actually make a quick comment also. So, so what's great about this is, you don't have to grow up to make a difference in this world. That's the key lesson I hear. We have these great parents out here that are training their kids to say, I'm not helpless. I can make a difference. I can not throw away the trash. I can compost and make something grow. At any age, it doesn't matter. These kids are going to make a difference now, and they're going to make a difference in the future. I want to have the parents who are raising these people, probably drove them here or walked them here. Please stand. Or did they just drive here themselves? Don't be shy. So there's only one parent in this whole group. Come on out. Come on. Stand up. No, I really appreciate, we can't have an excellent school district. We can't have an excellent kids. We can't have excellent leaders without excellent parents who are involved. So it's part of your partnership with the teachers, the principal, the custodian. Everybody is part of making these kids part of our great future. So thank you so much for being there and doing this for your own kids and our country. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us? Haha, I threw a softball at you guys, right? Well, I'll see you guys again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to have some introductions with our new 2025-2026 Student Board representatives. Dr. Zietlow.
Thank
Who are these
you.
people?
Well, at this time, I'd like to ask our student board reps for the 25-26 school year to come on and line up at the podium. We're going to have them introduce themselves to you. We'll just line up in order: Artesia, Cerritos, Gar, Tracy, Whitney, and Adult School. We'll be working with our student board reps next week, doing their training and getting them prepared so that they're ready to come and present and participate in terms of the process for the board. But we'll start with our representatives from Artesia High School. Please introduce yourselves.
Hello, I'm Jada Lopez. I am the ASB president. I'm Kimberly Santos. I'm Renaissance president.
Thank you. And Cerritos High School.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Anushka Zumale. I'm the Commissioner of Community Relations.
Good evening. My name is Kara Chin, and I'm also one of the Community Relations Commissioners from Cerritos High School. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And Gar High School.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kamaya Satterfield, and I'm a sophomore at Gar High School, as well as the Vice President of Class of 28.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amoha Arunkumar. I'm a senior at Gar High School, and I am one of the director of academics. Thank you for having us.
Tracy High School.
Hi there, my name is Eugene Kim. I'm the current Peace Club president at Tracy High School. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ayumi Arata, and I am currently part of the ASB leadership of Tracy High School.
Thank you. And Whitney High School.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Areen Jain. I'm a junior and ASB's treasurer this year for Whitney High School and the board rep.
Good evening, all. I'm a junior at Whitney High School, and I'm the Commissioner of Public Relations.
Good evening. My name is Ami Seth, and I am a part of the parent education at ABC Adult School. I also am teaching Zentangle art classes for ABC Adult School.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're just thankful we have board reps for this year, and we're planning to have a mixer and get to know them better next week, but wanted to introduce them to you and to our community so they would know who our board reps are. So thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you for volunteering your time. Okay. Our next item is Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. We'll now have a presentation on the 2025 Summer School Programs. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Nishii. As our screen comes down, I'd like to introduce a few of our wonderful directors. Our summer school program is really a highlight emphasis in Goal 1 of our LCAP to improve our academics, but also Goal 3, which is to improve college and career opportunities, and Goal 4, which is our special education focus goal. So here with us this evening is our Director of Elementary Curriculum, Dr. Christine Balbuena, our Director of Special Education, Dr. Soco Verduzco, and our Director of Secondary Curriculum, Dr. Greg Francois, who will provide you an overview of the many summer school opportunities that occurred this past summer. Dr. Balbuena.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokoyama Bui, our distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Cabinet, and our community members. We are very excited to be here again this year to give a summary report of our summer programs. First, you can see here, and this is good information for our community to see the alignment to our local control accountability plan. So in addition to having summer school programs in our LCAP, we also align our programs to Goal 3.1, which is to expand career technical education pathways, and Goal 3.4, which is to implement early college and dual enrollment offerings to increase access for our low-income students. We just want to give you a little recap of our summer learning structure. We shared this last year, and last year was the first year that we sort of restructured things. It was important to us to be able to expand to more campuses, particularly in elementary, whereas before we would have 3 campuses, now we expanded to 6. Expanding to campuses allows us to offer a program to more students. We also extended to more days. In previous years, we had 10 days of summer learning. Last year and this year, we have 20 days of instruction for elementary and middle school, 25 days at the high school level, and then with our ABC Excels program, we're able to offer programming for 30 days during the summer. One of the things we want to mention is that really our primary goal and our purpose, our emphasis for summer learning, and that's really to present what they call the summer slide. We really want to prevent the learning loss that happens during the summer. And so that's why those 20 days or more are very important. If we look at research, we can see that at least 20 days of instruction is what is needed during those summer months to help continue to impact learning and to prevent that learning loss. Also, we have an equity goal, which is to expand the opportunities for our English learners, our students with disabilities, our homeless and foster youth, as well as low-income students, and a goal surrounding engagement, which is why we've combined our academic programs with STEM and art enrichment. Before we go any further, we do want to take time to thank our teachers and administrators who help with this effort. Summer programs are humongous. It's a beast to put it together, quite frankly. And so it really is a team effort. So we want to thank the administrators and teacher leaders, as well as all the teachers who were present at our elementary summer programs, as well as our Excels administrators who really helped to work with our community-based organization to provide programming, and our secondary administrators as well. All of these individuals help to provide, a wholesome, nurturing, robust learning environment for our students. So the first thing I want to do, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Verduzco because she is going to talk a little bit about our program enrollment.
Okay, the ABC summer program served 4,891 students. I like to highlight some of our programs. For example, the extended school year served 513 students. 239 of those students were elementary school students. 44 were middle school. 71 were high school. Adult transition students, 44. Early intervention, those are the 3 to 5 years old, 83 students. And Tracy Infant Center, the 18 months old to 3 years old, we had about 32. The dual enrollment program, 436 students. Those are the high school students enrolled in college courses. And we also had 1,598 students in the ABC Excels program, which 487 of those students attended both the Summer Learning Academy as well as the ABC Excels program. The migrant education program, despite the challenges that we experienced during the summer, we had 160 students attend the program. Now I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Francois.
Sorry, it's my turn. We need the Bragg students back here because they did a great job presenting, and I was half wishing I could just give them my presentation. Okay, so we do want to talk a little bit about our Learning Academy focus. So just a couple of highlights. So this year we brought back the Scholastic Lit Camp. A lot of robust reading that takes place using those materials. But one thing we added was UFLI Foundations. And UFLI stands for University of Florida Literacy Institute. This is an evidence-based supplemental curriculum that we also use during our instructional day during the year. We're going to expand the use of that. We are seeing a lot of positive results with our primary students. And so it was important for us to be able to add that to our summer learning focus. Additionally, instead of looking for a different math program, we thought it was very important to continue using our core curriculum. And so we use the SAVAS Bridging Up materials as part of the summer learning for math. We continued with our STEM enrichment using a curriculum called Galileo. What was really neat is, again, this summer, we had some of the teachers who did the STEM enrichment were secondary science teachers. I thought after being with TK students last year, they would say, no way, but they actually called us and said, can we do this again this year? And so it's really exciting to have those content teachers providing that instruction for our elementary folks. And then for our art enrichment, we leaned into our own visual performing arts teachers to be able to put together some lessons, enrichment art lessons for our students this year. Additionally, I want to note that all of the students who participated in the elementary programs, that's in our general education program, our extended learning program, which is our students who receive special education services, and students in ABC Excels, they all went home at the end of the program with a backpack full of books. So anywhere from 10 to 15 books, new books. Because we also know that research says that you know, students need upwards of, 100 plus books in a home library to really continue to help with their reading growth. And so it has been our aim the last couple of years to continue to add to their home libraries. And part of our hope was that they could continue their learning even beyond summer program. And so included with that backpack was a summer a writing journal that they could use to write about some of the reading that they did. I would like to believe that maybe some of those parents that woke up the day after summer school was over said, where's that backpack? Let's get those books out so we can continue some of that learning. One of the things that we want to do next year is really be more intentional about giving parents something that they can use to help leverage those materials. We don't expect parents to go home and have their kids at home in the summer and become the teacher, but we know that our parents are our best first teachers. And so we want to be able to equip them as much as possible to say, here are some materials, here are some practical ways that you can use them so that we can continue to have kids reading over the summer. We do want to share some of our enrollment data with you. This is really exciting for us. As you can see, in terms of total numbers, this is part of our goal in expanding our campuses and adding ABC Excels as part of Summer Learning Academy, because you can see that we were able to increase by a little bit over 400 students enrolled in the program. If you look at the percentages of some of our subgroups, this was our target groups to make sure that they could be enrolled in the program. I want to call out that our students with disabilities, that's 64%. That's not just the students who are in the ESY program, but we also have other students who receive RSP services, speech and language services. Any student that has an IEP for any purpose, we really wanted to make sure that we were providing those opportunities as well. What's exciting is that we looked at our attendance rate. We had a high average attendance rate of 83%. And that's 20 days of summer. 20 days of summer when kids would probably rather be doing something else. The truth is, some of the students in the Learning Academy said, I want to go to Excels. But then some kids in Excels were like, I want to go to summer school. So we tried to provide a lot of different opportunities for kids to really make it robust learning. And Dr. Francois will share a different experience that we also provided to elementary. One of the things that we often ask ourselves is, how do we know that this works? What's the data? And I know that's always been an ask to say, we want a progress monitor. We want to make sure that we have a return on our instruction. And so we don't, to be full transparency, we don't have a full picture yet, because one of the metrics that we are using is our benchmarks. And so we do have the benchmarks from the benchmark 3 ending last year. Right now, the initial screening window has just opened for teachers to provide the assessment to students. So we're going to look at their initial screening data, try to analyze that to see if we can see what was the rate of retention, if we can see if kids maintained. Now, the truth of it is that there was still over a month of time that there was no learning that was taking place. And so we might see some slide. And so we've already been having conversations in our department to say, how can we get a little bit more granular so that we can really say, we want to provide an opportunity. So that was the biggest thing. How can we provide a learning opportunity in the summer for kids? How can we get kids continually be engaged in learning? So that's why we provide the STEM, we provide the art, because we want to get them there, right? But we do really need to see, are the things that we're doing as part of the instructional piece working? So we'll look at that data and we'll share that. We'll put that together and we'll share it as part of Thursday Notes to the board at a later date. But I do want to just let you know that part of our conversation already is to say, what are some of the target skills we want to look for? And how can we do a better job of making sure that we are equipping our teachers with the resources to provide the instruction for that? And then how can we do a better job of looking at that data to see that students meet those target skills? So that is something that, as we want schools to show, continuous improvement, we want to show continuous improvement as well. And so those are conversations that are already happening in our department. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Francois.
And one of our major goals for secondary summer school is to be able to meet the needs of all of our students. So as you can see, that we have a traditional offering of credit recovery. We also did some things a little bit different, one of which offering some courses for original credit. And you're going to hear about that in just a few more slides. As you can see, we serviced over 1,800 students again for summer school. And we had a great, great summer, and you're going to hear some of these highlights in just a few seconds. So what was new? So one of the things that we targeted, we asked ourselves, what are some ways that we could better meet the needs of our English learners in particular? And one of which we thought about piloting a program where we offered a year of physical education during the summer, which would free up a whole line during the fall and spring for the students to be able to take an elective of their choice. So with our pilot, we were to have 10 students that were able to do that this summer, which we're very happy and grateful for, and something that we'll continue to build upon and advertise for next year to have a larger group take advantage of that opportunity. Another thing we looked at were the supports. What are some ways that we can better support our graduating seniors? There's a phenomenon out there called summer melt, which nationally shares 10 to 40% of seniors that have been accepted to a college, have thrown the party, have bought the sweatshirt, but something happens in the summer where they don't enroll. And so one of the things that we did, so we had a counselor in place to help support students during the summer. So we had 244 students identified for this initiative. We had students that self-identified themselves, as well as we went to counselors and went to them and says, please share the names and information of 10 students that you're most worried about making it to the finish line. So that was a really unique initiative that we had in place. That we had meetings for parents as well as students, 37 in total that were in person and virtual. One of the things, the data points I really want to highlight, 244 student check-ins weekly. So one of the biggest things that we saw in the research, students get out of the habit of checking their email, especially their new college email, and miss key deadlines. The way it's competitive now, if students don't attend orientation, they are dropped. And so this is an initiative that we started, we'll continue to build on to further support our students, our graduates for next year. Another thing that we're very excited about that was new, we expanded CTE offerings down, not just to middle school, but down to elementary school as well. Well, each of our elementary schools had a CT experience. We had 6 CT middle school industry aligned experiences that included general ed students as well as special needs students. We had 6 new original credit CT offerings for high school students, and we had 8 field trips that we took middle school and high school students this past summer. Here you can see a plethora of our vendors that we utilized to offer high interest, high engaging CT experiences that students had a choice to sign up what they're most passionate about. And you could see the offerings range from coding, career exploration, drones, and digital media, as well as entrepreneurship. Some of the pictures here highlight our programs taking place at Willow Elementary for our long-term English learners, our CT STEM Academy, down to the bottom with our Gar High School stage and event technology, which one of their culminating events were putting together the stage and organizing that space to host our summer school graduation. So that came from the students. This slide is one of the most impressive slides I've seen for a summer school offering. And we talk about ways that we can prepare students for college, career, and life. We had 51 students that earned CTE industry recognized certifications during the summer, from welding, patient care, and also our automotive students as well. This slide here highlights our various offerings, our summer field trips and experiences, and once again that included general ed as well as special needs students. And we talk about special needs students, we're talking about mod severe students were included in these field trips as well, a group that has not been included in the past. So ranging from automotive museums to Falk Mobile Health Training Facility, where the students left with certifications with those field trips as well as a very unique experience at SoFi Stadium, a behind-the-scenes look and exposure to the various innovative new careers that are out there for our students. So we're very happy to have that experience for our students this past summer. And so this slide highlights some of our other data points. So we had 19 additional summer graduates this past summer, which was awesome to see. Over 1,300 dual enrollment college credits earned, more than 12,000 high school credits earned in our summer school program. Our pass rate was 90.6%. Our students did very well. Our teachers did a really good job engaging and motivating our students. And our total student enrollment, we saw this earlier, 1,254 students taking advantage of our programs.
Okay, so moving forward, we will continue to collaborating to ensure all students, including those students with mild, moderate, and severe disabilities, continue to be to enjoy a safe, inclusive, and equitable experience during the summer programs. Thank you.
Board comments? Ms. McHatton? Board Member McHatton.
At this point, yes. However, we do have an agreement that was supported by the board for the last meeting that will include Cal State Long Beach. But for the summer dual enrollment, correct, it's with Cerritos College.
Okay, and what types of classes are they taking?
So it ranges from health classes, from world language classes. So it varies.
And then my other question was about the PE program. Like, how many hours a day do they have to do PE to get? Because that sounds like something I'd want to do in high school. Like, I don't want to take PE, so give me that.
Yeah. So the way the students, so typical high school, summer school, there's a Part A and Part B, Class 1, Class 2. However, for physical education, the whole time was physical education. So they were in that class from start to finish, so from 8 to approximately 12, for the duration of our time. And so the students that were able to get those credits were very pleased and excited. Those would impact their schedules. This would do wonders for them as they start the fall.
Thank you.
Board Member Yu?
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for all the service during the summer that so many students, 4,891 students, were able to benefit from the program. And I just wanted to highlight this summer CT certifications. I remember when I was in middle school in LAUSD, middle school and high school, I took those, we took 10 weeks of each trade classes, like sewing, automotive, and welding, and so forth. I know that in high school I took automotive, class as well. So we got to learn how to change tire in case of emergency, right?
Yeah.
Having this auto class, auto service excellence, stop the bleed, test the shield metal arc, test B gas metal arc welding. Where was this training took place, location-wise?
So the training takes place at our facilities. So there at Artesia High School, we have a really renowned facility.
Wow.
For welding, which is top notch.
That's great, because there's always been, since I started on the board, the community has always expressed their concern to bring back the trade. So that we can equip our students. We want all of our students to be college bound too, but along the way, having this kind of training can open doors to many students. And I would love to highlight in the future, President, to learn about what's there at Artesia High School. Because maybe some of the students may choose to go to Artesia High School for that program. And also to promote it to students outside the district as well. Because not all the high schools can be equipped with the facility, but if Artesia, like I've known about it, has the facility, it would be great to highlight it and even offer during the school year too, not just in the summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Rios?
Yeah, I think a lot of these programs are offered throughout the school year as well. I know I've seen firsthand the welding program at Artesia, which I want to talk about, but I'll wait. I want to really praise the ideas of really focusing on the long-term English learners. I know that catching them as early as possible and getting them reclassified is really important, so I hope the program went well, and I hope to see a lot of success in that. College support, oh my goodness, I cannot tell you how incredibly happy I was. My daughter graduated 8 years ago, and every year we would see this issue with our first generation college students just missing a deadline, missing, turning in that last FAFSA and missing out on a college opportunity. So I'm super happy to see that our students have access to that. I hope we continue it. I hope we actually target our first generation college students, because again, anybody can use that support, I'm sure, but I know that they're a little bit more vulnerable. The last thing I want to do is talk about the CTE, and this is going to be a two-on question. Do we have funding in our superintendent? Are we funding our CTE programs well? Because I know that they do provide a pathway to college and career particularly. And just talk a little bit about the funding and how we make sure that the kids do have access to quality products to do their CTE pathways.
I will discuss the funding, and I'll turn over to Dr. Francois to talk about the programs I need to. Funding for the CTE programs are both in the LCAP and also in the CTEC grant. So we have, and we set aside sufficient funding to support any pathways that we determine that the school would need, or after research that there's interest from students and that they would provide, I want to say, well-paying jobs at completion. So for example, depends on the needs of the schools, right? I want to say Artesia has about 40 sections, at least 40 sections of CTE on top of their regular FTE to support the school. So Artesia has the highest number of CTE sections. And of course, our program director worked with the principals to investigate pathways if the school's interested in one or another. And we have data to monitor, right? Students' interest in the program, the completion rate, whether it's a 2-year, 3-year program, and then after that, hopefully job placement. So that would, it's a component of the LCAP. It's a focus from the state and in ABC. We work with the school. We never hear that, oh, we want a pathway, but there's no funding. That's not the issue here. The issue is, right, the proper pathway, that there's enough students interested in it, but also, on the industrial side, there's jobs out there. Just because they like something doesn't mean that we want to offer it if there's no jobs. So it's a balance of everything. So
the schools are not expected to fund these CTE programs. Support comes from the district.
That is correct.
Perfect.
100%.
Thank you.
Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. I just wanted to also thank you guys for the presentation and all the hard work. I know summer school, like you said, it's a big undertaking, and I want to thank all the vice principals, counselors, teachers that step up and really make the summer fun. I wanted to highlight the inclusivity that I heard a lot about, not just our kids, but all the students on campus that are being included in enrichment and every classroom. So that's great to see. And the continuity, I heard last year a lot that a lot of students with impacted schedules want to take some CTE classes or do enrollment, but because they have a very, very limited schedule openly, that I'm glad that we're offering PE in the summer so they can have that flexibility and support the graduates. I think college websites are probably one of the most complicated tools to navigate. So I'm glad that we're supporting kids and we're celebrating them with summer school. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama-Bui.
Thank you, President Nishi. Again, congratulations on what it sounds like a successful summer. Thank you to district. Thank you to our educators and administrators for, skipping a nice break and contributing your time to our kids. It sounds like, again, it was very educational, but also fun. I know that we're going to be looking at data to figure out whether the programs we've had, how successful they were. Are we also meeting with the teachers and the staff and the people who were actually at the schools to figure out what we can do better for next year? And does district visit the programs during the summer to kind of assess and see if what we're doing works?
So we do a survey at the end of the summer. We survey also the administrators that are on site so that we can determine what are some things that we can do that teachers might have in mind that we can do differently. And so even, I would say, within the first few days, we're already taking copious notes about some things that we would like to see happen differently. I just made a note myself about some other supports that I think that we'll be able to add into our summer learning. And we do visit the sites. It's really important for us to know that the things that we planned are happening the way that we visualize them. And so we do visit all of the sites and try as much as possible to get into different classrooms as well as our enrichment, our excels, to really make sure that we are doing the thing that we said we're going to do.
Thank you. And as a mom of two, anything I can enroll my kids in where they are not looking at a device or a screen is very important. So these options for our families, I really truly hope our families take advantage of them. Something though, and it's completely uncharacteristic of me to bring this up, but what I am hearing, what I am reading, is that some of the jobs that are out there for our kids deal with AI. So graduates, those who are well-versed in AI, are, these bigger companies are wanting them. So I did not see any of that in our listings. I know that when I've attended conferences within our district, I believe the most recent professional learning, there are always AI workshops for our teachers and our faculty and our staff. And it would be interesting to see what potentially we could bring next summer to get or even, in the school year, to get our high school kids, junior high kids competitive, because if we're exposing it to them in a safe way, that's not threatening what else is out there, but something that they can use it well, they could be very competitive in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Good ideas. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo my colleagues. I think I got a chance to visit the programs at Ferguson, Nemis, and Burbank, and because of the social climate that was happening during the summertime, I said this at my last board meeting, it was so nice to see the kids just being kids. They were having fun. And thank you to all the staff who were out there during the summer. You could have been anywhere. You could have been on vacation, but you chose to be with our kids. You chose to keep them safe. You chose to feed them because while they're there, they were getting fed. But yeah, I do like that we're going to have data to look and see, did the 20 days support? I'm gonna say yes, it did. It did support them because if they're there, they're learning, right? They had books. I got to pass out the books. They may not read them the next day or the next week or the next summer, but at least they're building the library at home. So, but I would be really interested to see the benchmarks, and I guess it would be the end of the year would be their pre, and then the beginning of the year would be their post to see. And of course, we are going to see the summer slide because they're home. But I think in the long run, it is going to be very helpful and beneficial to our students to have those 20 days of extra learning. And just congratulations to the 19 students who continued their learning and graduated at the end of the summer. So congratulations to them. And thank you guys for doing all the work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So yeah, I'd like to thank the teachers and staff and administrators that, usually at the end of the year, you're doing the countdown, like, oh, I survived. And these teachers says, no, I want to do more. I want to keep on going. So to those teachers and administrators that volunteered to do more, thank you very much for doing that. We can't do this without you guys. We're just sitting here. If we didn't have you guys, we would not be a school district. So some of these creative ideas, like the books, I remember giving away the books, and the kids just loved it. And again, I don't know if they got them, but they certainly, when they received it, it looked like they really enjoyed getting them. I looked at the books, they said, oh, I'd like to read that book too, actually. And it's not just the boring Jane meets Dick or whatever. It was more like the Goosebumps type of stories. It was really good. And you guys thinking about the summer melt. My daughter was telling me about how some kids, they just miss all the deadlines because they don't have a history of it. I'm there to tell her, by the way, GREs, you gotta take these tests because you just don't waltz into graduate school. And to be there to hold their hands, to say, by the way, here's your financing deadlines, here's this thing. Here, thank you for identifying those kids that are specifically, they may say, I'm gonna go into college, but then when they actually go to the date, they're like, whoops, I missed it, and then life goes on. And so for you to identify that, that's really good. I like how you have metrics here. I like how you have the elementary group. You doubled the kids with students with disabilities. That's pretty amazing thing. Over 2 years, you more than doubled it from 23 to 64. You doubled the English learners and in the elementary group. Now, the high school, I kind of get. They don't really want to necessarily go to summer school. I like the metrics that you have here, and you don't say it's all unqualified success. There are some issues. So the students who are low income, I noticed that there wasn't as great of an increase. What are the strategies you're thinking in terms of addressing that particular issue?
So one of the things that we do in recruiting for summer schools, we actually give every school a list, and we give priorities for how we want them to be recruited. So this summer, our first priority of recruitment was our students who are considered homeless or foster youth, and then we build the priorities from there. And so really, because it's summer, it really is a parent choice to do so, but we really start those recruitment efforts as early as February. We start to give them the list, we talk about it, we say, okay, let's start talking to families, and that is a recruitment that happens at the school level. So we don't just send out mass emails to say, hey, sign up. We really are trying to be very intentional. We give the schools some metrics to look at in terms of how, and we really they know their students best. And so depending on those priorities, we really want to try to find those students who we know that will benefit. And so we will make more of a concerted effort to look at that particular subgroup in terms of our recruitment for next year.
Yeah, because, I mean, you doubled it for kids with disabilities. Actually, more than doubled it. And you doubled it for kids who are English learners. So the only thing is, like, how do you plan to get the low-income kids? Because those are we need them to perform. And we need to the only way to get them to perform is to come. So if you come up with some great strategies, unique as to something different that you did, because whatever strategies you work for those other ones over the years have done really well. Absolutely. Doubling is like an amazing thing. And maybe it starts with a small number. I don't know how it is, but if you can find that extra, I'm like Captain Kerr, I want that extra bit for the low income group, because they definitely need help.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, that's a great program. Good summer school. I guess we're on to our next item. So to approve our agenda, can I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of August 19, 2025?
Tatiana motions.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of August 5th, 2025?
Tatiana motions.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. talking to anybody. Darn. Did anybody hear it out there?
No one at home.
Nobody at home? Do I have to go over this again? Okay. I'll just make it quick. Whitney was number 1. It's about parents, teachers, staff, SIAs, mental health experts. Cerritos, there are 446 nationally. That's out of the thousands of schools out there. They have improved by over 100 points over 1 year. GAR came in 252, and there's over 1,300 schools in California, so they're the top quarter. Artesia is like also a star. They moved up 2,000 places in this country. So out of the thousands of schools, they moved up 2,000 points. The other schools went wherever they went, we did better. And, you know, we have the principal came back, and that kind of makes a difference. We had some kids go to Stanford. We had some kids. So people say, try to move my kid around. No, stay in the school that you're at, because you're going to be successful at whatever school we have in our district. I've seen some great kids come out of, well, heck, we have half our board from GAR. So there we go, right? Our new principals are making great change, and it's scary change, but it's for the better, and change can be for the great. And I think that's the good thing about our district. The base of our success is protecting our vulnerable students. So, yeah, our first generation students that are out there that are struggling because of some of the law enforcement that's out there, I went out to support that, because I don't think we should be, we should try to make schools a safe place for children. So, you know, the first generation kids, they're immigrants, but all of us in this group are actually immigrants, right? At some point along the line, unless you're Native American, and even they were immigrants, we all had that background. And so I felt it was very important that I support that, because these kids are trying to make our country a better place, and they're trying to study, and we can't put things in their way. So yeah, I'm going to stand up for that. I did that as an individual, but I'm sure the board also stands with me as well. We went to Hawaiian Gardens City Council to discuss our budget challenges and discuss partnerships, because even if we don't have as much money as we did in the past, the kids don't need to see that. If we can partner with our civic partners, the kids won't notice that we don't have all the money. They don't care if it comes from the city or the school. It just matters that they have the services that they need. I went to a fireside chat with Janice Hahn and a bunch of other women leaders, and brought my daughter for that, and so that she could see what influences there are out there, what changes that she can make, what advantages she can make for our community. And it's a good thing that we as a community support women leaders, which is most of our board, I think, right? Yeah. Following our board direction, we will have a study session on September 2nd, 2025, to have discussion. We need to go through all of the issues. So to make Whitney the #1 school, to make Cerritos really good, to make GAR great, to make Artesia great, to have great dreams, to have great elementary schools, we gotta have a plan. We gotta give direction. And so I will be seeking direction from all of us regarding that. So come with ideas, because I am open to them. We will make this district a great district. We will continue to succeed, and this agenda is proof of that. So that is the end of my president's report.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. And I want to thank all of our students and staff and families, our site administrators, for just a great opening to school. It was very fun. I was at Juarez the first day and helping little kids decide if they wanted breakfast or if they just wanted to go visit with their friends, and getting them in the correct line for that. It was a lot of fun. I also want to just encourage our students and our families with the fact that these first few days of school, our attendance has been excellent. And so please keep coming to school. That is an important thing for your future. Half of life sometimes is showing up every day. And learning only happens when you are there with your peers, with your teachers, with staff to be able to engage. And so please keep coming to school. It's so important for your future. I do want to also note that we were able to add additional transportation pickup locations for our families based on the survey we did before school started. And that bus is full every day. And it's been very helpful bringing some peace of mind to some of our families and our students during these challenging times. But I want to reiterate, our district will continue to follow the laws, ensure that all students, regardless of their background, their beliefs, their immigration status, are provided the best possible education in a very safe space. And we will continue to monitor our spaces and help that way. Again, if issues come up, we will work one-on-one with families and work to help provide solutions so that all students can come to school. I was going to share about U.S. News, but the board president beat me, and so that's okay. It's just very exciting that all of our large high schools, all 4 of them, are in the top 25% in this state. And so for us, that means that we're doing great things and our kids are doing great things, and we need to keep working that way. And so with that, I will tell you, our focus will continue to be on ensuring every kid learns and grows every year, that they have an outstanding educational experience, because we want them to be in a position of choice when they graduate. Regardless of what they want to do, you should be able to choose to go to college, to go into a technical field. You should have choice. And so we will continue to work toward that end. And with that, I will say welcome back, everyone.
Thank you. Can I have employee representative reports?
Good evening, Board President Ishii, Superintendent Zietlow, members of the board, members of the cabinet, and all the nice people who are here tonight, as well as everybody at home, staff, community, families. My name is Ruben Mancias. I'm the Vice President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. And I want to echo the comments that were said earlier and welcome everyone back to the 25-26 school year. It's always a time of hope and optimism, and we all embrace that. That really recharges our batteries, and honestly, that's what brings us back every year after a summer vacation, whether it's short or long. We always come back with that hope and optimism. I am, however, going to speak tonight a little bit about some stark reality, and that is about the importance of having a plan moving forward so that we can be competitive. I mentioned it during our last meeting, and you're going to keep hearing me talk about it. I too share the pride that our superintendent mentioned, that we have our high schools are in the top 25%. It should be a goal that our employees are in the top 25% too. Being in the top quartile has been a long-standing goal, and we need to meet that commitment, because all of the gains, the wonderful gains that we had during this presentation about summer school, and the wonderful gains that we are justifiably proud of, those are due to people. Personnel, people provide those gains, and they need to be competitive. We will lose talented people. We will lose talented people. We already have, but we will lose talented people who are making these gains possible if we do not have a plan to be competitive. Ray and I, we go to the budget conferences throughout the summer. There is not a huge spike in COLAs in the projections, right? And a COLA-only environment is not one that is going to be sustainable for us to be on the path that we need to be on. Unfortunately, I think a narrative has taken place where if it is a bad year, I'll use the term bad, if it's a bad COLA year, well, there can't be any gains, right? It's a bad year. If it's a good year, well, we need to watch out for a rainy day, so we can't make any gains. When are we going to catch up? And when I say catch up, I mean catch up, because we are behind. And that's sad to say. I like to think of ABC as a leader, as a vanguard, right? We want to be academically, but we need to match that. We need to have that shared commitment when it comes to issues about compensation. Okay? At my undergraduate institution, there was a bit of a stereotype, right? There were there was North Campus, that was humanities, and South Campus was the STEM, right? So it was the South Campus geeks and the North Campus freaks, right? I am a proud North Campus freak, okay? I love words, but I respect numbers. And we have gone in enrollment from 22,000 students down to 17,000 students. We need to address that, okay? I came across a quote, and I would like you to consider it. It's the idea that you need to be an active participant in your own rescue, okay? You need to be an active participant in your own rescue. The teachers and nurses of ABC, FT, we will of course always be a partner with this district and with this board and with this community. But this community deserves an actionable plan moving forward. We need to be competitive and we need to have a plan together. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be 15 to 20 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be 6 to 10 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in Bylaw 9323. So we do have a number of public comment. So we will be allotting 3 minutes for each speaker. The first, I will go through the names. I'll name 3 names, so please, if you could please line up and get ready once you hear your name. The first is Jillian Ramirez. Second is Narayanan Sankaranarayanan and Suresh Ganapathy.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Zietlow, and President Nishi. My name is Jillian Ramirez with the Gateway Cities Council of Governments in Paramount and the Southern California Regional Energy Network, or SoCalREN. And I'd like to take this time to present on 2 energy efficiency programs tonight. Unfortunately, I don't have a box to present for this first program, but this first program is called Kits for Kids, and it is a no-cost program which provides free energy efficiency item boxes to 3rd or 4th grade classrooms. And the students take kits home, and it includes items like LED bulbs, smart bulbs, faucet aerators, and shower timers. And while these are the items in this box right now and may be refreshed for the next year, so essentially, we help enroll these 3rd or 4th grade classrooms, and each individual student in that class receive that free item box, and they take that home. And if 65% or more of that individual classroom return like a half-sheet card saying if they were able to install anything, if they use gas or electric, and one other simple question, nothing identifying, that classroom receives $1,000. So that is $1,000 per classroom for 3rd or 4th graders, which is a lot of money that can be used towards really anything for the classroom needs. Ideally, it would be towards science needs, which I love seeing the Bragg kids. That was awesome. That was more on like waste management. This is more energy focused, but really it could be used for anything. And we also provide a 15-minute short webinar for teachers just to kind of brief them on the program, and then also easy to implement lesson plans if they want to take one of our self-made presentations or however they want to implement it. And the second offer was the Strategic Energy Management Program. And this just helps streamline operations, collaboration with regional peers, and it has cash incentives of up to $10,000. And that is also a district-wide incentive. One of the main things that I thought was interesting was that it provides low to no cost projects, and it can help reduce the cost, help reduce the school's energy usage by 2% annually. And this is also a first come, first serve opportunity. The only real eligibility requirement for these programs is that you're in the SoCal-REN service area, so SoCal Edison or SoCal Gas, which all of this district is. So if anyone is interested in these programs, either of the two, I have a flyer on each of them and my card attached to it, and I'd love to give it to someone if possible. And yeah, we'd love to bring energy efficiency to your school district. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to also recognize Cerrito City Councilwoman Sophia Tse in the back there somewhere. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Narayanan, followed by Suresh Ganapathy, followed by Hema Kishore.
Good evening, board members. My name is Narayanan Sankara Narayanan. I am the school principal for Bharati Tamil Kalvi, which is a non-profit organization dedicated for teaching Tamil as a language. I'm here to request for granting approval to World Language elective credits for Tamil language. Classes are conducted by Bharati Tamil Kalvi at Corey Elementary School in Buena Park, California. Students of ABCUSD attend to a World Language program Tamil outside ABCUSD schools since they are not offered by ABCUSD. The Tamil language classes are conducted on Sundays by Bharati Tamil Kalvi. Bharati Tamil Kalvi is a WASC accredited school and has a program called HSCP, High School Credit Program. The HSCP program is like world language curriculum like Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean, etc. taught by ABC USD facility in ABC schools. HSCP programs follow the International Tamil Academy curriculum and is recognized by several school districts in California and in the nation, notably by our neighboring school districts, AUHSD, Irvine Unified, to name a few. A request to ABCUSD for World Language elective credit for HSCP program was not approved because BTK operates in the neighboring Buena Park area. Logically, the requirement is not explicitly spelled out in the application form for the World Language elective credit. Other school districts do not enforce this condition since this condition restricts education for the community at large. Additional insurance costs to operate within the ABCUSD boundaries in the ABCUSD facilities are very high, which are $11,000 per year for us. This includes the sexual abuse and molestation liability coverage requirement of $2 million and general liability for $2 million called as $2 million, $4 million coverage. Additional annual premium cost of $11,000 would be paid to an insurance company and not to the district. Though we operate only 9 months and 1 day per week, the annual premium is still $11,000 per year. Additional cost per HSAP student of $550 per year. HSAP students in the ABCUSD currently pay $350. This is an additional increase. Students pay a nominal amount for the course material and the facilities of $350 per year. Teachers are graduates and working professionals who are volunteers that are not paid. By contrast, Corey Elementary under AUHSD offers the school facility to Bharati Tamil Kalvi for a nominal fee. Fees only for the maintenance person, which is again very nominal for the strength of 90 plus students. About 20 kids from ABCUSD attend the HSCP program. ABCUSD, by contrast, charges a nominal fee and maintenance fee, understandably.
Yes,
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Thank you.
So,
Next, we have Suresh Ganapathy. Please line up Hema Kishore and Nikhil Rahate.
good evening, members of the podium. It's my pleasure and honor to be here. I'm a parent of a student at Cerritos High School. So he is one of the students at the HSCP program in the Bharati Tamil Kalvi. We applied for the World Language Credit Accreditation for the Tamil language. Tamil language is spoken by 70 million people across the world. It's spoken largely in South India, and then it's one of the official languages of Malaysia, Singapore, and a few other Southeast Asian countries. 70 million is a lot of population, and then we have a school that teaches that. And then if you could imagine the origin of the word rice, it comes from Tamil language arisi. So it's more like many of the English words have a root in Tamil. So it's a very renowned, rich language with prose, poetry, and then literature that is spellbound. So we applied for World Language Credit Accreditation, and then the form, it is a 4-page form. It took like possibly 40 hours to fill it because it requires a lot of information regarding curriculum, how many students are there. So we have 20 plus students that are enrolled in from ABC school district that are enrolled there, but they do not get the credit because we do not operate within the boundaries of the ABC USD. For 10 years, the school has been operating, and then out of the 9 years, we were operating from Gonzalez Elementary. We were kind of moved out because of this insurance requirement, which is like $11,000 from my previous speaker that spoke. So $11,000 adds up to like $550 additional fee, and then we are just operating for 3 hours within a week within this school. So really speaking, logically speaking, the form doesn't say you have to operate the school within the ABC USD boundaries. And then AUHSD, on the other hand, so they were the ones that pioneered the way, and then they offer up to 10 credits per year for our HSCP program. HSCP program is recognized by all the school districts in California, many of the school districts in California, and then they award up to like 10 credits per year, up to 40 credits in 4 years. And then it's across the nation, and then it follows the International Tamil Academy curriculum, and then it's more like a fast-track curriculum like Korean or Spanish that start within the school bounds. So we would request you to approve our application without this geographical boundary condition, or else we would like to come back to the facility provided this insurance coverage requirement is waived. So I would really appreciate if the approval, because the school has already started, so we really appreciate your approval on it.
Next we have Hema Kishore, followed by Nikhil Rahate and Nishant Rahate. Is Hema Kishore here?
Good evening, board member, and good evening to everyone. So I'm here to talk about Bharati Tamil Kalvi as well. Sorry, it seems to be repetitive, but I'll make it short. But I'm just trying to talk about the impact that for the students, right? I'm a first immigrant to this country, first generation immigrant. I have 3 boys. All the boys went to ABCUSD. My first one graduated in Emory this year. And the second one go to Purdue. And everyone did this HSCB program. And I really, see that struggle the kids has to go through after going through all this structured program for all these years. Even though they go to a good college, they represent themselves and very proud to be here in the ABCUSD. But they have to repeat the credit in the school, in their college. And it's like too much for them. And I can clearly see my elder just finished everything except, he has to take Korean, two semesters of Korean there, even though he had this credibility. But the second one, just graduated last year from Cerritos High and is in Purdue. And I'm so happy to say that our kids take the pride in the language that we talk, and because it's one of the oldest language, and I'm very happy to teach my kids that language. And my third kid is in the row, so I don't want my third kid to miss that opportunity, but the two other kids miss it, right? And we are here to provide all the information the school needs, except for the boundary that we talk about. And even if you have to come back here, we'll be happy to do. But I don't think the insurance eating up all the money is the right thing for us. And we are here out of our own time to support all this all the kids. And I don't want other kids lining to lose this opportunity. That's what my message is. Thank you.
Next, we have Nikhil Rahate, followed by Nishant Rahate and Ashwani Rahate.
Hello, respected President and board members. I'm Nikhil Rahate, 9th grader at Whitney High School. I'm here to talk about the world language subject selection in high school through a private institute. When I was in 6th grade, I started learning the language Sanskrit. I became interested in this language because it not only dates back thousands of years, but also because its wealth and knowledge is extremely vast. The literature covers science, technology, mathematics, astrophysics, astronomy, medicine, and more is encoded in this language. For example, the black hole theory proposed by Einstein was already mentioned as a Krishna Vivar, or black whirlpool in Sanskrit scriptures, which dates back thousands of years. Another example, the creator of the atom bomb, Mr. Oppenheimer, knew Sanskrit very well. So when he saw the first explosion of the first atom bomb, he described the blast by giving an example of a similar destruction caused by another weapon mentioned in Sanskrit scriptures. So I decided to pursue a PhD in physics and unravel these mysteries in this ancient language, so the world does not have to reinvent the wheel and further build upon which was already discovered, thus making exponential progress in the future. But in my journey to pursue Sanskrit has had 2 hurdles. 1, our district didn't offer Sanskrit and had no policy to take it from a private institute. 2, I didn't know any private institutes who was offering Sanskrit. So after some research, I found a Bay Area-based private institute called Sanskrita Bharati, who is offering this language. It has all the required credentials to be recognized as a world language. There are 500 students in the United States, 100 from California, who are already taking this language as a world language at high school level, including in Irvine and in Anaheim. About the second problem, my parents and I worked with the former board presidents, Mr. Brad Beach, Ms. Sophia Say, and Dr. Gray. They helped to get the policy approved. So this summer, when we applied to get the language approved, it got rejected on the grounds that the private school should be in the ABCUSD area. Thus, my dream of learning this language crashed before it even took off. Therefore, the bureaucratic process that we started in 6th grade is not complete for me as a 9th grader. Mr. President, our school district is extremely diverse, and we have students who have heritage from around the world, ranging from big groups to minorities, with just 1 or 2 students. Is it even possible to find a qualified language school within the ABC unified area for every single student with different backgrounds? Most probably not. The state created this world language option for a private institute, so even if just 1 student from the entire district decides to take a language from any part of the world, he should not be denied his right. Other students from different school districts are already taking the benefit and learning the language of the choice around the world.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. We have your letter. Thank you. Oh, Next, we have Nishant Ashwini, followed by Atul Mehta, will be third.
Respected President and board members, my name is Nishant Rahate, a fourth grader from Gonzalez Elementary. My mother tongue is called Marathi. Marathi is spoken by 125 million people around the world, mostly in India, Israel, Mauritius, UK, US, etc. It is the 13th most spoken language in the world as per United Nations. I started learning Marathi since I was in kindergarten. My school's name is MMLA Torrance Marathi Shara. The exams are conducted by Maharashtra State School Board from India, which has 1.4 million students just in 12th grade. My language school has all the required certifications to qualify as world language from a private institute. Many school districts from California have already recognized it as world language for high school. When I go to 9th grade, I want Marathi as a world language, but I can't take it now because the language school is in Torrance. Our current policy won't recognize the school because it is not an ABCUSD area. I request you to remove the condition so I can take Marathi as a world language in 9th grade. Mr. President, you may think that I am here a little too early, but my brother Nikhil Rahate started his process in 6th grade. He is now in 9th grade and his language is still not recognized. So I suggested my parents that I start the process now. So hopefully just before 9th grade it gets approved. Mr. President, my Hispanic, Chinese, Japanese friends can take their language, but currently I can't take my language. So please give me an equal opportunity given by the state to learn my mother tongue, Marathi, just as my Hispanic, Chinese, Japanese friends can learn their mother language. Thank you.
We have Ashwani Atul, followed by Haresh Venkat.
Respected President and board members, my name is Ashwini Rahate. My kids are passionate about Sanskrit and Marathi language. Language is very important to any society. It is not just a medium of communication, but it also opens a channel to pass on culture, heritage, and traditions which may be thousands of years old. If you don't learn the language, then that continuity ends and all the culture, heritage, and traditions related to that society comes to an end. And me, as a mother of 2 kids, I am very passionate that my kids should learn my language and my culture. California is very diverse and have at least one student with heritage from every country of the world. Hence, the state made a world language program for high schools so that these students can connect with their heritage and make our state even culturally richer. But since it was not practically possible to employ a teacher for every language, they made guidelines so that kids can learn language from a credited private institute and get credit as world language in high school. Due to this, even if there is only one student in the entire school district who wants to learn a particular language, he can do so. Many thanks to our former president, Mr. Brad Beach, and Mrs. Sophie Tise, who helped us to have this opportunity provided by the state. But when the time to get approval came, an additional rule was added that private language institutes should be in ABC school district area, and our application got rejected. Everyone knew all along that Sanskrit school was not in ABC area from the beginning. This does not seem to be fair, as Sanskrit course is recognized by many school districts, including in California, Anaheim and Irvine School District. So why not in ABC School District? On one hand, school district has employed Spanish, Chinese, and Japanese teacher for world language. On other hand, it introduces draconian rule, making it impossible to get approval for other languages, even though parents are paying for its tuition fees. Mr. President, our school district is very diverse. We have students with heritage from India, Korea, Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia. Just like those mother want.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We have your letter. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Atul Harish Venkat, please line up, as well as Kishore Jayapal.
Is it 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
We have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Good evening, respected President and board members. Thank you for your leadership and dedication to helping all students succeed in our schools. Picture this, your child asks, why aren't we learning the language I speak with my grandmother at school? It's heartfelt question and one I struggle to answer. I want to begin by acknowledging something important. The board has expressed support for adding Indian languages to our district's language offering. That acknowledgement matters. It tells families like mine that board sees the value of linguistic and cultural diversity. But here is the challenge. Right now that support exists in words, not in practice. The district has said yes, but only if it exists within our geographic boundary. On the surface, that sounds reasonable, but in reality, it creates a dead end. We all know currently there are no accredited programs for Indian languages within our district, so this restriction does not open doors, it quietly shuts them down. The truth is geography should not be a barrier to opportunity. Our students already take online AP classes. They dual enroll in colleges outside our district. They collaborate in virtual classrooms across time zones. If we embrace innovation everywhere else, why are we drawing an arbitrary line when it comes to language learning? This is not about convenience. It is about fairness. A student who wants to study French or Spanish has a clear path, but a student who wants to study the language of their family, their heritage, their identity, is told there is no place for them. This is not an equal opportunity. And by the way, our other communities have already solved this problem. In Arlington, Colorado, a Spanish heritage program runs on Saturdays inside school facilities, but it's organized and taught by the community, not by the district staff. The lesson is simple: where there is a will, there is a way. Geography did not stop them, and it shouldn't stop us. So my request tonight is clear: lift the geographic restrictions. The talent exists, the passion exists. What is missing is permission. ABC school district has always been forward thinking, and this is our chance. And India is 4th largest economy right now. It is going to be 2nd largest in economy in 2030. So it's about time we introduce this.
Next, we have Harish Venkat. Please come forward. Next will be Kishore Jayapal. then followed by Jacob Gutierrez. Harish Venkat. If you are not here, we will move to Kishore Jayapal. Jacob Gutierrez.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Zitlo, Mr. President Nishi, Mr. Vice President Noyola, Board Clerk Ms. Yokoyama Bui, and distinguished board members. My name is Jacob Gutierrez, and I am the same senior at Richard Gar High School who gave a public comment at the last board meeting. I want to first begin by thanking you for all you do for our district. Superintendent Dr. Zitlo, thank you for your continuous leadership, ensuring our district sees success after success. Mr. President Nishi, thank you for keeping ABCUSD strong through collaboration with teachers, administrators, and families. Mr. Vice President Noyola, thank you for your commitment to empower families facing challenges so students can exist in a safe place and successful learning environment. Board Clerk Ms. Yokoyama Bui, thank you for believing parent and family involvement in the dedication and commitment of teachers and staff. Board Member Ms. Manhattan, thank you for your lifelong service to education and the future educators of our generation. Board Member Ms. Mendoza, thank you for ensuring parent, teacher, and student voices are always heard. Board Member Dr. Rios, thank you for your advocacy for students' success, ensuring we are college or career ready. Board Member Ms. Yui, thank you for your guidance in preparing students for college and beyond. As you can all tell, these commitments have one thing in common. Each of you has placed students, families, and teachers at the forefront of your work. Would you not agree? And despite this, GAR has continued to face a disruption that has not only affected me, but the students, parents, and teachers you see sitting before you tonight. The same students, families, and teachers you promised to keep at the forefront of your work. GAR is no stranger to change. We have adapted to new policies, new programs, and new leadership before, but change has never and should never come in the form of removing or reassigning the very people who are the foundation of our growth as students, our teachers. They are not pawns to be shuffled on a chessboard. They are the steady roots that allow us to grow. They have laid down the foundation of programs that have changed the lives of students. The recent situation with Mr. Velez has created confusion, frustration, and fear among students and staff alike. His removal has left a void, and continued lack of clear communication has only deepened the situation. We've been told time and time again that the main reason behind Mr. Velez's removal is low enrollment. GAR is not pulling enough students. That's a simple fact. Yet, yes, and our school and school district might worry about the decline, but here's a contradiction. You cannot solve low enrollment by cutting away the very heart at our school. The district prides itself on collaboration, evaluating educators, and keeping students at the center of every decision. But right now at GAR, that promise feels broken. I urge you tonight to not overlook the pain and disruption happening at GAR. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gia Sadana, Nicholas Arzate, Mayela Amador. If we could please have Gia come up, Nicholas Arzate, and Mayela Amador. Be ready.
Good evening, district and board members. My name is Gia Sadana, and I'm a senior at Gar High School. I've been an ABC Unified student all my life. I attended Nixon Elementary and then Carmenita Middle School. And each of these schools has taught me one thing, that I have a right to speak up for myself and be a leader to the students and my peers. That being said, many of my peers have faced some criticism after speaking up about what they feel is right for the school and right for the students and their peers. I'm here standing today to have my voice heard about a certain issue of our lockers at school. Last year during registration, we had the opportunity to purchase a locker for $10 and alongside a contract that we must sign in order to keep up with upkeep and regular responsibility.
That being said, lockers were not distributed. And as a student who takes AP classes and honors classes, I do have to carry my books. Additionally, some of my peers who are student athletes have to carry their gym equipment as well as their books, which can take a big toll on a student's body. Additionally, I would like to address our lack of enrollment. As was mentioned before, we need to be competitive in order to keep up our enrollment. And my question arises when we have such competitive and interesting programs at all of our schools and we're not highlighting them. For instance, GAR has a wonderful aviation program that I haven't seen anywhere else in the district. We also have a wonderful flag football team who I believe went to CIF and went undefeated last season that hasn't gotten their flowers. Additionally, so many of our baseball students have been committed to colleges as early as sophomore year. I would also like to say that we have the opportunity to address district-wide programs like our MUN program at most of our high schools and some of our middle schools. I would just like to say and reiterate that we have great respect for the district and the district board members, as well as so many of our staff that are here today. And through that, we would also like to give some respect to the students who make our schools so great. Thank you.
Next, we have Nicholas Arzate, followed by Mayela and Fallon Robles.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, President Nishi, Vice President Noyola, all board members, and all community members listening today. I'm here to present a summary of a meeting that occurred with Dr. Moore and assistant principals. On Friday, August 8th, 8 students met with administrators to share our concerns and hear their perspective about the recent staffing changes involving Mr. Velez and Mr. Munson. We began by explaining that our goal was to have our voices heard. Students spoke about the impact Mr. Velez and Mr. Munson have had. Mr. Munson, through his years of dedication to yearbook, and Mr. Velez, through more than 2 decades of leadership in ASB and retreats. We expressed that removing them without a proper transition was wrong, and we asked whether alternatives such as co-advisors could have been considered. We also asked for a direct explanation of why Mr. Velez was removed, since reasons seemed unclear. Administration responded by explaining that staffing decisions are largely shaped by budget and low enrollment. They emphasized that no one was, quote, pushed out due to performance or behavior. Yet, when asked if other routes could have been considered and solutions brought up like co-advisors, the admin team were reluctant to respond. They stated, quote, how would the new advisor feel if Mr. Velez and the new teacher were co-advisors? But if our concern is about the students, how would the students feel when someone who dedicated their life to GAR's culture and spirit is abruptly removed from his role without proper transition? Another route that we asked about was why couldn't Mr. Velez been given an emergency credential to teach a history section? But the administration stated that in the state of California, emergency credentials are only given to special education sections. However, previously, a teacher was given an emergency credential for another academic subject. Please see attached for print on the second page. There's a picture of it. I'll give you guys a moment to look at it if you'd like. In closing, the meeting was an opportunity for students to express how these teachers shaped their experiences, to question how decisions were made, and to request more communication and a solution moving forward, one that would allow for a better transition for both the new advisor and the ASB class as a team. Thank you.
Next, we have Mayela Amador, followed by Fallon Robles and Kaylee Amador.
Hello, staff and board members. I just wanted to say thank you for having me here today, and I'm so grateful that I get to be here. I'm a product of the ABC School District. I went to Juarez Elementary, Ross Middle School, and GAR High School, and I had the pleasure of having Dr. Zietlow actually be my ASB advisor, and it was amazing to have her as my ASB advisor and my English teacher as well. So it's amazing to have that opportunity, and for my children to now have her as the superintendent and see that women can do anything as long as they put their mind into it. And that's something she taught me as well. So I'm very fortunate that I get to be here to speak to you guys and share this. I'm actually reading a statement that a teacher, unfortunately, is a little too afraid to come up and speak on their behalf. So I'm here on their behalf because they do feel like they would be retaliated against and possibly get fired. So that's the reason I am here. As a former teacher of ABC school district who is involved in student activities at the high school level, I have the absolute pleasure of working with Mr. Velez on numerous school activities. In the past, in every situation and circumstance, Mr. Velez, professionalism, dedication, and enthusiasm at his work was in full display each and every time. Beyond his clear passion for the leadership and empowering young people to achieve success, Mr. Velez's infectious positivity raised the spirits and morals of all that are around him. In the role as activity director in high school, the setting, it's not an easy task, as some of you guys already know that, but when it's the right person leading the way, it can make a complete task seem effortless. I believe this has been the case with Mr. Velez. As activity director at Gar High School, he has been able to instill his work ethic and professionalism and his demeanor into the students who have worked with him, and to turn this into the best work out ever. In my opinion, it is exactly what the school and community should expect and receive from the instructors, and accept nothing less. I was very disappointed to hear that Mr. Velez's recent demotion, and sincerely hope that he can be reassigned as his role as activities director at Gar High School, sooner rather than later. It would be a huge mistake not to have him continue in this role, as he has worked tirelessly year after year to grow and evolve the student leadership program. I trust the administrators at Gar High School will do what's best for the culture and the community of Gar High School, and keep the students' morals and engagement high. Given the trivial times as we have been living in, it is more important that we maintain more positive atmosphere and maximize the educational experience for our students. Thank you.
Next, we have Fallon Robles, followed by Kaylee Amador and Jesus Mendoza.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, President Nishi, Vice President Noyola, all board members, and community president and listening. My name is Fallon Robles. I'm a current senior and ASB treasurer at Gar High School. And while I do have my own concerns, I'm going to be representing a student who couldn't be here today. As a returning ASB member, I'm expressing concern with the changes made in such a short time since school started. Long-standing traditions that define our school's culture are being dismissed, new clubs are being placed in roles meant for ASB, and events have been canceled due to overlooked communication. This is wasting student effort and causing disappointment. I, for one, do not feel the support of admin, the support that they promised, but rather feel their urge to change and control our items. I understand that we are students who don't have authority to everything on campus, but we do have a big influence as we are the voices of the student body. How is this a school? How is this a district that represents its students and employees when they themselves don't follow their words? Does a handbook mean nothing? We have no clear explanation for the reappointment of our advisor, Mr. Velez, and meetings with district staff have been unproductive. Students deserve respect, transparency, and the preservation of our role in shaping school life. Our voices and traditions must not be ignored. Thank you.
Next, we have Kaylee Amador, followed by Jesus Mendoza and Benjamin Yokoyama.
Good evening, staff members and members of the board. First off, I would like to thank each and every one of you for offering programs like the CTU summer auto programs. I participated them in this summer, and it gave me valuable real-world experiences and skills that I can use to build a stronger connection at school and in real-life work. That said, I'd like to address the recent gate closures at GAR. There are many gates that were closed, that were not just convenient, but they were necessary. This allowed students to arrive on time, it reduced congestion, and it allowed safety when entering and exiting campus. Without them, students face delays, they face safety concerns and unnecessary stress. As someone who still participates in the CTE program as a second-year auto student, I have experienced this firsthand in the first week of school, how these closures have made it that much more difficult to attend class promptly, even while reaching and waking up earlier to attend these courses. I would also like to address the accessibility that directly impacts all of the students' success. This gate closure does not just affect CTE auto students, but it also affects students who are in MUN and other classes that are just too far to reach this early in the morning, that being like 7 in the morning when we're trying to get there for a 0 period. It's very difficult. But I, again, appreciate the programs that are put in place, but would like to bring up this statement. And I would please respectfully ask the board to reconsider the gate closures and explore safer alternatives that will allow our campus to remain accessible and safe. Thank you for your time and your commitment to student success.
Next, we have Jesus Mendoza, followed by Benjamin Yokoyama, followed by Kashav Rahate.
Good evening, board members and President or Dr. Zidlo and President Nishi. First, I just want to kind of briefly, I retired from the state of Hawaiian Guards a year ago. And unfortunately this year, they weren't able to budget our powwow. And that's why I'm here. I'm here to invite you guys to see if you guys could attend. But at the same time, I was trying to see if we could encourage, I know that the 4th grade classes do a project on Native Americans. And obviously, if you guys didn't know, this belongs to the Tonga, the Gabrieleños that we would call it. And we're planning on doing totally different this year. It's being run by the committee, by natives, and myself. We're planning to start at 10:30. So we're asking if anybody from ABC students are willing or can attend at that time, between 10 and 10:30. We will give them a small lecture and actually introduce them into the powwow, so that way they could kind of see where it goes. It's something that, this is the first year. We're doing a program. Just like when you go to the missions, there's a program that actually will go like a little bit of the history of it. So it's the first time ever, and I think that in the future, because the city told us almost like in June, so we had like 10 weeks to come up with the budget, but we're fortunate enough that we had a good turnout from a lot of people. A lot of assistance, obviously, from both the school district and also from the city that helped us to get to that point. And I think that from years to come, it's going to be even better. Within those 10 weeks, like I said, we have a good program that'll show the history. And not only that, but they'll be able to use it for their classrooms. And we could tie it in with, I know with Dr. Gary Smuts when he did the trail. I was in charge of FEDI since it was built, the complex. And I was there when they did that and where they did the remains and everything. So I think I'm the perfect person to be able to put that all together. And we could tie it in. So hopefully by next year, the program will show more of the history of it. And then that way we could use it even more for the classrooms and it'll give us a little bit more time for all the principals to encourage their 4th grade. Okay, appreciate it. It's gonna be this weekend on the 23rd and the 24th. But I encourage everyone, if you've never seen one, to go on the 23rd. We're not allowed to advertise, but we have a ceremonial bear dance. And it's a healing dance. But we're not allowed to take pictures or video or actually advertise. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Yes. Jesus, before you leave, no relations, okay? No, we're not related. I know you said Saturday, 10:30.
10:30 in the morning for, if they could be there like at 10, so that way we could kind of get an estimate, because what we want to do is, we did 2 different programs, a small one.
Can you make I just want to know the place so we can tell everybody.
Oh, at FEDI.
At
It's going to be at FEDI right across from the church.
Okay. FEDI
by
complex.
the baseball fields. Yeah.
Okay, so Saturday, 10:30, FEDI complex.
Yes.
Thank
if
you,
all the
Jesus.
students could go, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Benjamin Yokoyama, followed by Kashav Rahate.
Good evening, respected council members and President. After meeting with Dr. Moore, the students met with Dr. Fraser, who received all the information from the prior meeting and decided to investigate the situation further. The students raised concerns about the emails sent to ASB presidents, which stated that the administration would be removing Justin Velez as ASB director and replacing him. The word removing gave a negative impression as if Mr. Velez had done something wrong, which was unfair to his years of dedication. The district acknowledged that his communication was poorly handled, In fact, Dr. Fraser himself stated, "I would not have sent that email," recognizing that the wording was inappropriate and gave the wrong message about Mr. Velez, furthermore stating that the communication was handled poorly by the current administration. As students, we asked Dr. Moore to consider alternatives rather than outright replacement. Options such as a co-advisor role could provide a balance while still allowing us to benefit from the mentorship of someone who has such a positive impact. However, moving forward, Dr. Fraser stated that he would discuss upcoming events such as retreat and homecoming, as well as the possibility of a co-advisor role with Dr. Moore and the new advisor. Thank you.
Next, we have Kashav Rahate.
Respected President and board members, my son Nikhil is 9th grader in Whitney. He wants to learn Sanskrit as world language from private institute. So this summer, when we applied to get the language approval, it got rejected on the grounds that that private school should be from ABC school district area. So his dream of learning this language and making scientific discoveries crashed even before it took off. The bureaucratic process that we started when he was in 6th grade is still not complete as he's a 9th grader. Mr. President, our school district is extremely diverse, and we have students who have heritage from around the world, ranging from big groups to just 1 or 2 students. Is it even possible to find a qualified language school within the ABC area for every student with different backgrounds? Obviously not. Given the fact that ABC area is such a small, it's not Los Angeles or New York. The state created this world language option from private institutes so that even if there is one student in the entire district who decides to take his language, which is from any part of the world, he should not be denied his right. Other students from different school districts are already taking this benefit and learning the language of their choice from around the world. But this condition of within this ABC area is taking away his right and right of every student of learning this language, or of learning language of the choice. Mr. President, he is taking Spanish in 9th grade now, and he has really very limited time to switch to Sanskrit. So I respectfully urge you to remove this condition of within the school district area, so that his application, so that his language gets approved, and he can continue on his career path of his dream. He's fighting against time to get it approved. Hoping to get a positive response at the earliest. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments?
No public comment.
Thank you.
Mr. President, point of order. I have a question.
Sure.
We had a lot of public comments about world language. Can we get some background information in our Thursday notes?
So that is what normally happens.
Okay.
Whenever we have a public comments, we will get specific answers, and usually the superintendent will address each of the speakers.
And then you'll be following up with the GAR High School students. This is the second time they've come to the board meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll follow up on both.
Thank you so much.
And that is standard board policy.
I just want to make sure that the community understands that we're doing this, because there may be some new people viewing our board meeting on YouTube. They may not know the process. So I want to make sure that we're being very transparent and very clear with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Does anybody wish to remove any item to be considered separately? Board Member Mendoza?
Yes, I'd like to pull consent item 3.1C.
Okay. Would you like to ask some questions?
So if I can have staff just give some more information about the Seesaw Learning.
Is there a specific question, or you just wanted me to give you some information regarding what we use Seesaw Learning for?
Yeah, I'd like some information on how we're going to use Seesaw Learning, because on the bottom, usually in one of the items, it'll have like the schools that are requesting it. So this one doesn't have any schools, so I'm just wondering how we're going to use this. Is it district-wide, or is it just for certain schools?
I can provide that information in Thursday notes. We have used it district-wide. I just have to double-check if we've provided funding for all of our schools. This particular item is to do a follow-up virtual professional learning session so that our teachers understand the access. Seesaw is used for our primary grade students. It's a virtual platform that allows for students to interact in similar ways as Google Classroom. It's also a way for them to access different materials through that platform. And our elementary curriculum director works with the school sites to make sure that we're implementing the platform as necessary.
Can I get some more data on it to see how many schools are actually using it? I know during virtual learning we use this a lot. It was an application that was widely used. I'm not sure how we're going to be using this now that I know we have different platforms. So I'd like to get more information on it during
Sure,
Thursday
I could
notes.
provide implementation data.
Thank you.
Board Member Mendoza, would you like to return it to the consent calendar with the proviso that you get additional information, or do you want to take it out separately?
I'd like to take it out separately if we can. I mean, it seems like there's not a lot of information.
Okay, so we'll vote on that item separately?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Board Member McHatton?
Yes, I have a couple questions. On 3.5C, renew contract for advanced communications. It's a renew contract. I think it's being funded, it says extended learning opportunities. Is that after-school program? Monies?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And since it is a renewed contract, have we seen success with this program?
This is an enrichment program, so this is for students to be able to engage in a speech competition. It's not intended to be an intervention support, so we offer, just like we offer a chess club and we offer dance, this was offered as a speech opportunity for students to engage. It's also a way to help them prepare for other activities in the district, such as Model United Nations. And actually, we thank our board member, President Niishii, for introducing us to the speech competition idea for our ABC Excels program. And it is based on student interest, so it is not offered at every single program because it's specifically for those schools that request this as part of their ABC Excels program based on student and parent survey.
Okay, and it's just for grades 4 through 8, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on 3.7C, again, this is a renewal, funded out of Learning Recovery Block Grant. Is that COVID funding? Is that?
Yeah, that's the one-time funds.
Okay, and again, same question. It's a renewal. Is the program successful? Have we seen that it does positive things with the group that's targeted?
So I have some data for you. The Project Kinship has provided services across the district at several school sites. This one is specifically to help support Artesia High School, as Artesia has really utilized the partnership with Project Kinship to the maximum. They have conducted 122 community building circle tops. They've had 56 leadership meetings. They've had 9 sessions on women empowerment. They had 7 sessions on arts and healings, and a total of 196 restorative practice interventions at Artesia High School. Some of the metrics that we look at in terms of whether a program is successful or not is our attendance and suspension rates. We still are waiting to get final confirmed numbers from the state as we've just submitted our data. It looks like the data is a little bit flat, but there were some unique situations that occurred at Artesia High School in the past year that may be unrelated to whether Project Kinship, caused an increase in suspension or attendance. So it's something to consider, but based on student survey, based on our principal's request, and I actually spoke to him today that he is happy and relieved that this item is coming in front of the board as he sees it as a strong partnership for his school site.
Thank you so much.
Board Member Manhattan, would you like to return it to the consent calendar?
Yes, please.
So these 2 items are returned to the consent calendar. Thank you. Board Clerk Bui?
Thank you, President Nishii. I did have a follow-up for 3.5C. I understand it's for interested sites. How, who is expressing the interest? Is it the actual program facilitators, or is it the parents and the kids? Because I don't recall seeing a survey for that, so I would like, if parents or families are interested in the future for future years, how can they express interest to that, to the Excels program or to the school?
It's a anonymous annual survey that's conducted, and they don't actually say I want Advantage, because we don't select consultant groups, right? We don't select companies, we select experiences. And so one of the experiences that they have is debate type of programs. And so if we see that that percentage is higher for certain school sites, that's where we target that. If other school sites say we want more dance, we want more arts enrichment, so it just depends on the number of people that respond and also, you know, what the survey results come out to. Certainly our program coordinators are always in communication with our school site principals. And so if there's a need at a school site and a PTA wants to speak with their school site principal to express that need, we have monthly meetings with our Excel program coordinators with our school principals, and that would be the best way to share that communication so then our coordinators can adjust as needed throughout the year. And that is part of the flexibility that we offer with ABC Excels.
Thank you. Okay, so then I am aware of that survey because I did participate in it. Also, for past Excels programs, specifically, and I think I brought this up at a prior meeting related to students at Juarez who are offered the the culinary class for after school. I want to ensure that the students who it's available for can participate, because the student basically said, oh, I did not participate in the program, wasn't offered to me. So I just want to make sure it's fair and equitable on how we're choosing the kids to participate, and to ensure that all the students who want to or would benefit from the offerings have the chance, and make it very open to them.
Yeah, we actively continue to do that to make sure it's open and accessible to our students and families. I think one of the things, as I personally worked with our coordinators to investigate that, is sometimes students get picked up earlier than the limited time frame, and so activities occur after the homework hour, and if the students cannot commit to being present for the time of the activity for these 6 weeks, we prioritize students who are going to be present for that program and whose parents have committed to having the child stay all the way till 6 o'clock. So there's some variances that tend to happen sometimes. We also require parent permission slips for some of it, especially as you can understand with something like cooking, where they might be involved you know, in an activity like that. And so if we don't receive forms back, that's another reason why a child may not be able to participate. But other than that, they are available for the students who are able to participate and stay for the duration of the program.
Thank you so much, and opportunities like this make me very excited for our kids, so thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Bowie. Would you like to return 3.5 to the consent calendar?
Yes, President, thank you.
Thank you. So with the exception of 3.1, I'll call for a vote for the consent calendar. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it, 7-0. So item 3.1C is pulled from the consent calendar. We can have further board comment on that particular item. Is there any public comments on 3.1C?
I see none.
Are there any board comments on 3.1C? Go ahead, Board Member Mendoza.
Yes, so just a follow-up question. This is just like, we're just putting it out to teachers if they want to use it? It's there for them to use it, or is it mandatory? I'm just a little bit confused.
So it's a platform that we have provided our teachers so that they can use it with their students.
No, I understand that. I understand the platform.
Right.
I'm understanding if it's mandatory or if it's just something that we offer as optional.
We offer it as optional for our schools at this point. It was something that was, you're right, it was something that was heavily utilized during our, during the pandemic era. As we transitioned back, some teachers really enjoyed working with it and wanted to continue, some did not, and we continue to offer licenses across the school site as needed. The item in question that you have in front of you is specifically around the professional learning for that. As the licenses are already distributed to our school sites, it is about the actual professional learning sessions to help the teachers and equip them with using the Seesaw platform.
So that we already pay the license for CSA, we're just doing training, professional learning that they can take on their own. It's not mandatory.
Correct. We pay them. So we provide hourly pay for the professional learning. And Seesaw was also part of the featured workshops during the summer professional learning on August 8th.
Okay, I like that more information. And then in the future for this item, I mean, it's not a lot of money, but still, I just like to have more information, like, you know, which schools are using it, just a little bit more information. It was just really vague. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody else have comments and questions? So in relation to this specific item, I have a few questions, and I might as well. So this is in conjunction with all the other things that we have in relation to Seesaw learning, right? This is just one component of many components that we have with Seesaw learning.
Yes.
Thank you. And if we do not vote on this today, they will not get the professional learning to deal with the materials that they have on this particular item.
Correct. We would have to pause on any scheduled professional learning until we could bring this back for a future meeting date.
Okay. So it'd be like we gave them the books, we gave them the materials, we gave them the curriculum, but we decided not to train them on it.
Correct. Like I said, we did provide some training already. This is because not everybody goes to the summer professional learning, and so it's another opportunity. We always try to provide multiple avenues for our teachers and follow-up sessions as well, so that, you know, nobody ever learns, I think, in just one session, especially our newer teachers, because we have a number of new TK and TK STC, TK teachers to our district, and so it's an opportunity for them particularly to get some follow-up from the August 8th if they attended that, as well as providing the other teachers that were not able to attend on August 8th the time to attend on their own.
Well, thank you for doing the analysis and seeing that we have an additional need beyond just the standard what we already offered. So I'm ready to call for a vote. I think it's yes, actually, it's pulled from the consent calendar. So do we want to have a motion to actually have this approved, or does anyone want to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those will be passing 7-0. Thank you. All right, we have some timed items to follow these consent items. We have the enrollment and budget update. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Board President Nishi. Good evening. Today is day 5 of school. So what is that, 135 days left? Tonight, I would like to provide the board an update of our enrollment and our budget. So as you are aware, we have been in declining enrollment. So everyone is watching our enrollment as school began to see where we are and to see if it's within the projection. And this is on page 2 of my report, so I'll wait for the screen to come down. Okay. So as of the second day of school, which is August 14, when I prepared this slide, we had 17,215 students. So that is a decline of about 337 students from last year. So of the 17,215, 2,721 students are from outside the district. 16% of our students are from outside the district. Without those students, as you can see, will be a lot less than that. The good news for this year, we were very concerned about attendance due to the different activities during the summer. We, as mentioned by the superintendent, we provide additional bus routes to support our students. And our attendance rate on the second day of school was 97.98%, which is, I'm very proud of that, right? Students have to be in school to learn, and students have to be in school for the district to receive funding. So that is the data for last Thursday. Today, there's an update of the data, so I want to give it to you today. Our enrollment is at 17,225, so we're going up by about 10 students. Of course, we have to clear out those that have decided to move or not enroll. So the net gain is about 10 students, and we hope to see, steady increase from now until probably by November. That's when we peak. And today our attendance is at 16,881, which is about 98.14%. So that's also has improved. Attendance on average throughout the year through through April, that's when we call the P2, or that's when the state determined the average daily attendance for school district is about 96%. So we are having a good start of the school year. There's one school I like to point out. I'll give them a shout out. It's Tracy. Tracy, as of today, has 72 students enrolled, but 70 of them showed up. That's a 97% attendance at Tracy. That is very high for Tracy. So I guess the point here is we're still declining. It's within the range that we projected, up 337 students. Our attendance is coming in higher than we expected, so that's a very positive news. Students are going to school. So this page provides you a more detailed information school by school with resident students, right? And then school of choice students and intra-district permit and out-of-district permit students. And that will provide you a total number of students. So the top line, I'll start with that. And you can read across, right? Aloha has 254 students in the current year. So last year they had 302. So they are declining about 48 students. So on the second day of school, the attendance rate is 95.67%. So that's where we are. So for elementary schools, in total, we declined about 166 students, and they have the average attendance percentage of 97.54. Middle schools, we actually have a net gain of 37 students at the middle school with an attendance rate of 97.5. And then at the high school, we have a decline of 208 students. And our high school students have the highest attendance rate of 98.81. So they can't wait to come to school. So as you can see, the bottom line here is that we are declining. It's confirmed by this data. We are hoping to see that 17,215 students will keep gradually going up that's the pattern, right? We are enrolling more and more students throughout the year, and it's usually level up by November. And that's when the data that we report to the state, the CalPATS data, is something, the official enrollment data is by December, that's when we report our enrollment to the state. And we'll know, at that time, our exact enrollment for the year. What we know now is that we're still down about 337. Hopefully, we'll keep going up to close that gap. So that is my update on the enrollment. I will pause if there are any questions from the board. If not, then I'll just move forward with the budget update.
Board Member McHatton.
Thank you so much for this report, and great attendance rates thus far, so that's a real plus. And also, thank you for providing the bus for those students that needed it to get to school. But ultimately, looking at this, we're still in decline. And I'm really concerned about the high school enrollment. Any explanation for why that has gone down so much?
That's the normal pattern. As we graduate or students graduate from our system, the seniors class is at about 1,400, and the incoming freshman is lower. So you will see that work through the system, and what you will see in the next few years, our high school group will become smaller and smaller. And at the next meeting, I will have a report by grade level for you, as you can see. Our kindergarten class coming in at 1,000 or less, but our graduating class is about 1,500 students. So that's the decline you see right there every year. The positive, again, this year is our TK. We are at more than 600 students in TK now, which is, it's a net gain of about 133 students from last year. Now that this year is full implementation of TK. So we hope the TK will go up to about 750. That's our goal, which is about 75% of our K class, which is about 1,000 students. So eventually, as we work through the enrollment system, per grade level, there'll be about 1,000 students, right? With TKs at about 750, meaning that ultimately we will land at about 14,000 students. If the numbers, if enrollment keep coming in at 1,000 per grade level. So you have TK to 12th grade, or K to 12. That's 13 grade spans, right? That's 13,000 students, plus about 750, hopefully. So we're going to be, unfortunately, around below 14,000 students when this worked through. So you will see the declining at the high school every year, because the incoming freshmen will be smaller than the graduating seniors.
I have an additional question. Do we have some classes sitting at very small enrollment numbers that you're going to have to combine to make combination classes?
Yeah, so are we working through that with the schools right now? We have not made that decision. Usually we don't until we know, because they're still enrolling kids. So we did staffing back last December. We did provide an update with them in June, but we are working with them right now. But as you can see, school by school, when you have such small enrollment throughout, the 6, 7 grade spans, you will have combination classes. So I will have more detail in report at the next meeting at the study sessions by school, and which school has combination classes and where, that detailed breakdown, so the board can see, and the staffing by school. But that's going to be inevitable, and I don't want to say that it's going to happen at every school, but most likely. But we'll have that information for you. So we're still not finalizing staffing just yet, right? Because we don't know where the final number is going to be, and we want to give school, some time to have the numbers settled before we have to make any staffing adjustments. Yeah.
Thank you.
Board Member Yu?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Nishi, and thank you, Tuan, for providing this information. I know that you did provide this information, this data to us in May and June, as we were given the presentation of the consultants regarding the declining enrollment and school consolidation. And I just want to also shout out to our union partner, Ruben Mancias, for kind of shedding some light of what's going on and the situation, because we're not in the district every day. We're board members, and we were elected to make decisions for the future, not just 1 year, but 4 years, 5 years down the road. And here, according to the number, we had about 2% decline. But 2% decline times 5, let's just suppose that we're going to have 2% decline every year. 5 years from now, that's 10%. 10 years is 20%. So from 22,000 to 17,000, that's already, what's the percentage of decline?
It's about 25%.
25% already, right? So ABC have already reached that statistics, because LA Times, remember, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, that by 2030, the entire California average will have about 30% decline. But we were almost there, our ABC district. And so there are things that we cannot really control, such as lower birth rate, young families moving out of state, and we have, let's say, 1,400 students graduating in 6th grade, but we only have 1,000 kindergartners enrolling. Those statistics is something that we cannot really control. And I think it is very important for us to look at the numbers. And I see how what I was, contemplating in May when I saw first saw the statistics, the elementary schools in Cerritos, I'm just going to name a few. If you can turn the page with me on page 3 of that chart right there. Cerritos Elementary School has 293 students who are residents attending that homeschool, but there's 207 students attending through intra-district permit. That's within the district. And 97 students who come from outside the district. So total is 597. Gonzalez has almost equal number of students, right? It's almost like 40% or more. Also, that's coming from within the district, but they do not live in the home district. Leal is also 40%. Stowers, almost 40%. A little bit less than 40%. Is it? Just all the schools, which means the elementary schools in Cerritos, their total enrollment would be less than, almost everything is like less than 40%, right? So some of these elementary schools, like Cerritos, Gonzalez, Leal, Stowers, and Whitman, if you drive, they're all within 5-minute driving distance. So when we think about consolidation, it's not necessarily closing one school, it's a consolidating the schools so that we can address this declining enrollment to prevent programs from closing, from discontinuing the programs, and also to be competitive, to attract strong teachers, good teachers, and to keep up with the reputation, right? So I'm just using that as an example, and I think that our board members, we're not all necessarily really good with numbers, but we do need to pay attention, and especially the consultant. What was the name of the consultant? Sorry. Schoolworks, right? And Schoolworks, I'm sure that's all they do is look at the statistics and the data and the enrollment trend from other districts too. And that's why we paid, good amount of money to hire them to do this study and give us the advice, right? So, we have a study session coming up in September, and I think it would be helpful if we have more data so the board members can study before we have that meeting, such as, I know that some of the questions that came up and the public, comments too, is that some of our board members were interested in, for example, Cerritos. I'm going to just use Cerritos because it's C. 293 students attend school from home. They walk or they live in that district. And then 207 students from within the district come to Cerritos through school of choice. Maybe we should have the statistic, which 207 students, like which home district are they? Which is their home school, but who comes to Cerritos Elementary School, just to see the breakdown. And then I think that we need to also look at the board policy too. Because for me personally, I think parents have the choice. If they want to send their students to certain school within the district, that's parental rights. Because they want what's best for their kids. Maybe it's through the work, they live closer, or they like the certain program or whatever. And I think that I want to respect that. And also, my concern was Tracy High School. So that number was kind of shocking for me today. It's the first time I'm seeing this number, 75 students. It's like, oh, wow, that's pretty tough to manage a school with, this number. And I know that there were some, somewhere along our board meetings, I heard how Artesia High School has a program that could kind of absorb this program, so I don't know if I'm getting in trouble to mention this, but all these things we could look at, right? And as a board, we do have to, board members, we do have to make the tough decision for the future welfare of this, district, because the next 5-10 years is on our, we are responsible. And I do feel a tremendous responsibility for the future of this district. And thank you for sharing that our district reputation is what, #1? Whitney, #1 ranked, and yet we only have like two students from outside the district, right? 11 students from outside the district. And as we are competing for students now, which we didn't have to 15 years ago, but now that we are, Oxford, they are, Oxford, Troy, you can totally, students can come from other districts outside the district. They have a lot of space for that. And I think that when I saw the SchoolWorks report, I was pretty blown away. Wow, that's very creative. And if we can attract students from other districts, I think that's great, So a lot of things to think about, but I would ask Tuan and Dr. Zillow to give us more data, more detail before the study session, so that the board members, everyone have a job, very busy, and we have educators who start work very early. We need to have the data early on, so that we can study them, so that we can, through the study session, we'll be more informed and make the, direction for the future, something to address it, right?
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. Let's get to the next board member, Dr. Rios.
I just wanted to point out that I'm very pleased with the data. I was very happy to see that our efforts, are yielding positive results. I know it's not easy to maintain this, so I'd be interested just to continuously revisit this attendance data and efforts that are continuing, because, it's not surprising, right? We usually start the year off on a high note, and then attendance starts to kind of dip, and then we get to the holidays and it really dips. So I'd really like us to continue the efforts. I had mentioned, let me see, shout out to Burbank, 98.81. That's fantastic. And then in our middle school and high school, GAR, way to go, GAR, 99.45. That's very impressive. And it's nice to see that our overall average is 97.98, which is 98%. Very, very good. So I'd like to see us really continue this fantastic trend. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Bui?
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. One of the numbers that I'm interested in for the future study would be the change. So I see that there are some, kids leaving, right, these schools. And I'm interested to know why they're leaving. I know at my son's school, kids are moving out of state, whatever. His friend wasn't there because he moved to Florida or something, right? So are we doing exit interviews? Why are these kids leaving? And or because we're looking at adjustments at certain schools, has the district limited what number administrators can bring in? And so that has an effect too. So for example, I'll show a number that I was surprised by Gonzalez, a decline in Gonzalez attendance. Why, right? I'm sorry, not in attendance, in enrollment. I'm just curious. And I think it's important to know if these kids are leaving to go to other schools or what's going on in our district. And additionally, something that, I know board member, you touched upon our elementary schools. Our middle schools for me, and I think this came to light in the studies, the report by SchoolWorks a few months ago, is the middle schools, the numbers are going down. They'll continue to go down. And we need to find a way to save our middle schools. Because unlike our elementary schools, they are not a 5-minute drive away from each other. We do have two that are relatively close to each other, Haskell and Tetzlaff, but very different programs at both. The bond money has been spent to make improvements at both. So I want to ensure that we save our middle schools, all 5, and find a way to do that. I know the School Works report was shocking to me in proposal of the 6th through 8th. But I believe that will be an opportunity to save middle schools across the district and provide equitability across the district. So that is something that, in reviewing what board member you has stated, I don't want our district to lose sight of that, because yes, we have, a number of elementary schools. It's easy to say, hey, let's just cut some, but we need to think about our middle schools too, and our middle school kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Clerk. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a couple questions. What are we doing to recognize the students who have, the schools who have really good attendance? Are we promoting, are we going out there, are we making a big deal? Because kids like rewards.
Yes. So each school have their own recognition programs when it comes to attendance, whether it's monthly, whether it's, there was times that we even give out a bike for those students or, who have, I want to say perfect attendance for the month. So each school have, they know this is important, so they understand the community, so they work with either the PTA to promote this and to recognize the students. So when we have that, we can provide a more of what every school is doing in terms of to attract students and to have them come to school, not attract but reward students. So we can have that school by school for you. Number 2, our child welfare and attendance work closely with every school to ensure that those schools that have students who are chronic absenteeism, to work with them and to do home visits and to make sure that they come to school. We have, and you can see here, when there's concern about attendance, they never before get an email from me saying that I want to make sure each family was contacted on the first day if they don't show up to school. And not only that, some of our schools contact every family. Some of our schools already start doing home visit on the first or second day to make sure that, to understand what happened. And, you enroll, how come you're not in school? So we're doing that so we can have a comprehensive report for you on what each, especially elementary, on what they do. But our CWA, our Child Welfare and Attendance Department, work closely with every school. We also provide support in a position called parents liaison or community liaison, and those are the personnel usually understand or know the community and know the families, and to work with them to, in addition to our attendance clerk contacting the schools, so they contact the schools and also encourage families to bring their kids to school.
Can we do something as a district? Can we have some kind of certificate that we could do, like maybe the first month that we can present to the schools that have, like GAR has 99%. I would love to do that because I think we need to do our part as a district. We expect our schools to do this, but we as a district, it doesn't cost us money to have a little certificate. We can have, I know it's going to be, it puts, work for someone, but to go out there, present them with the certificate, take a picture and let them post it on social media, let them post it, let Scott post it. But I think we as a district need to promote it. We need to do our part. We ask our schools to do that and do our part. The other one is we had Bragg students today talk about the improvements at their school, and they were really proud of it. I think our community needs to see that we have improvements. Our schools are amazing. They look refreshed. They look new. But our community knows it, but outside, so that we can get more kids out of the district who want to come to our schools, because eventually they're going to be going to the best high schools in California. And I think that's a great promotion. You bring your kids in elementary school, they have the opportunity to attend one of the best high schools in California. We can brag about that because the board president just reported that. And it's a great way to show communities that our schools are looking amazing. We have bond projects that are completed. Our elementary schools, our middle schools, our high schools are looking really good, and I think that's a great PR piece that we can do that. And I don't know what the district calls it here. We call it Norm Day. It's, I guess, for your staffing. When is that? What do you guys call it here? The day where it's the cutoff, and that's where we do all our staffing.
Yeah.
Reorganization?
Yes, we do have that. What's in the contract? It's the, it used to be October, but since we start, it's 4 weeks after school or something like
So
that.
September 12th?
Yeah.
Do you guys have a name for it? What do we call it here?
No.
We don't have a name for it?
We don't have a name for it
We
like
call
that.
it Norm Day. We call it like Norm Day. That's the cutoff. That's
Yeah.
We have it set in the
There's-
contract
yeah,
so
there's
many
a term
days
for it.
after the start of school.
Okay.
Yeah.
So around September, mid-September, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically a final class. I'm sorry. It escaped my mind. What do we
need a
call
name.
that?
We
Yeah,
need
I
a
know.
name. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Mendoza. You know, I'm an optimist. I'm a part of the Optimist Club. I love to think of things positively, and I love how Dr. Rios and Board Member Mendoza are very optimistic about enrollment. And in fact, when Board Member Mendoza was on the board previously, Dr. Su had this great program called the Enrollment Program, and not enrollment, it's an attendance program. And she got like the highest ever enrollment ever, and she had the highest attendance ever. I don't know if she gave out awards or how she got all the principals to do that. That was a really great program. But between 97 and 98% or 98% to 99%, that's a lot of kids, don't get me wrong. But I'm going to just look at the elephant in the room. One school went from 302 kids to 254 kids. So if they had 100% attendance, that still doesn't make up the difference in the loss of the students that are there. And that's true of all of these numbers down the line. If we increase it by 1%, that's great, but that's not going to make up the difference. I did a quick number, and thank you, Ray, for giving me these numbers, because you gave me all the salary numbers and all the monies that we get from each student. And so what does it mean? So I don't think we're going to be 337 students lost. I'm pretty sure it'll be something less than that. I'm sure it's going to be, because things get bigger when you start in the middle of the school year. Of course, it's in the middle of the school day or week, it's going to be low. And so we are showing that it's increasing by 10 or so. But what does 300 students really mean? And by students, that's about $4.5 million, give or take. It could be off by a certain amount. That's a lot of money. $4.5 million is, that's the raise, essentially. That's the COLA, that's everything. So, you know, I say that, and also I'm looking at this statistic, this is great. We had 1,600 out-of-district kids, but according to Davis Demographics, and I could be reading it wrong, but it predicted that we would have 2,887 out-of-district kids. And that they kept on going with that same number throughout. I'm not sure why, but that's a lot less than we're currently getting, 1,600. I think it's great how much we're getting. That's really awesome, the number of kids that we're getting through out-of-district. But it's obviously doing the same thing that all the other numbers are, which is going down. I want to be an optimist, of course. But I want us to remember that we're making a choice. Whenever we do these things, we're making a choice. We can't have everything. I would love to have a program where we invested millions of dollars into better paint and making our schools shiny, and that's what we did with the bond. And those are great, good ideas. But we're at the lowest number that we've ever had in our reserve, in our unrestricted reserve. And we're going to spend down all of our restricted reserve within 3 years. So that money's not there. I would love to make our schools pretty. But everybody else is thinking of the same thing. They're trying to make their schools pretty. And we spend all the money on pretty property. But pretty property doesn't educate kids. People educate kids. People are part of the programs that create a great education, not the property. The property is where we sit, and it has memories, and it has hopes and dreams, but ultimately, it is the people, and you gotta pay the people what they're worth. Otherwise, we won't have a great Whitney at number one, because the great teachers will go to the places that pay that much better. We have to compete. We have to be as good as them. So I'm hoping that that at this next session, that we come up with realistic solutions. Because I keep hearing, let's spend more money, let's spend more money, let's spend more money. And that was me at the very beginning, 7 years ago, when I first started. So it's like, yeah, forget this thing about cutting. Let's invest and put more money into students. And I love the word investment because, you know, I like business. I want money. I want people. I want greater, better, stronger. But also I have to look at reality. And so when we come to this next board session, we can't pin our hopes on dreams as much as we have to go to, hope is not a strategy, right? It's not a strategy. We have to think of how specifically can we address education. So I am definitely looking at those ideas. I need bold leadership from all of us to think of how we can address this issue and provide the best education going forward. And maybe it is that our district is going to continue to contract, so we have to think of that future. It doesn't mean it's only sad. It means an opportunity for us to be more efficient, to be better. We can do better than the other districts if we make the right decisions. So I'm hoping that we can think of those innovative solutions that are realistic. So I've thought about, somebody said, let's pay the kids to come to our school district, right? I've heard that. Let's pay a bounty for the kids. But that doesn't, it's not backed up with numbers. It's got to be backed up. And it's got to be something that's achievable, something within a time span that we can actually achieve. Better than a speech, better than being populist and saying, I'm going to be the most popular person. I want us all to consider that it may be a point where we need to be unpopular. And that might be the true leaders that we have here. Of course, we must listen to our public. That is who elects us, but also they elect us to make decisions that's very difficult for them to make themselves. So anyway, thank you very much for your report. Let's move on to the next item. This is not an action item, right? Oh.
There's still the budget
You're not
update.
done?
No, sir. I'll make it quick.
Keep on going.
So the board approved the budget, the district budget in June. After that, the state adopted the budget. So this is a reporting out of what a recap of the state final budget adoption. And at time, the assumption that we use in adopting the budget is different from the final adopted budget. But for this time, it came in exactly, not almost exactly, but very close to what the board adopted. So I want to report out that COLA is 2.3% for this year. So that was official back in June. So that hasn't changed. Fully funded. The TPA program now is full implementation and full funding. With a 10-to-1 ratio. I want to make sure I explain this real quick. By September 1st, if your child turned 4, by September 1st, you can enroll in TK, right? Even though if the child is 3, August 12th, you can enroll them, as long as they turn 4 on September 1st. The ratio is 10 students per adult. If you have 10 students, you get 1 teacher. The 11 students show up, you have to add another adult in there. Full-time peer educators, up to 20, right? The 21st students show up, there's a third adult in there. A class cannot legally exceed 24 students. So there's a hard cap per class at 24 students. But on average, it's a 10-to-1 ratio adult to students. So that's the TK program. Our universal meals, again, full funding for the program. All students must be offered a free breakfast and lunch. All students. We also received the full funding for the ELOP program, which is our after-school program. We talked about that, with the summer school. This program will going to quickly extend the school day to 6 o'clock and add additional 30 days of summer school. Not only that, this year the state moved the funding for ABC, or not for ABC in particular, but all districts that above 55% UDP to a tier 1 funding, meaning that we'll get additional funding per student of about another $4 million. So this program alone will bring in about $14 million, but it's all restricted, unfortunately. The Student Support and Professional Development Block Grant, this is a one-time block grant, $5.2 million for ABC, and the Learning Recovery Block Grant, $1.2 million in one-time funding for ABC. So these programs hopefully we'll use to support our students. The Student Support and Professional Development Block Grant, there's a flexibility in how the district can use that funding to address any unexpected rising in costs. So that's the guideline from the state. So this is the budget recap from the state. So again, what were the decline in last year? About 512 students in terms of funding. Our healthcare costs went up by $3.3 million. Our insurance, our liability insurance, because of AB 218, also have gone up. Last year went up by $1 million. This year's went up by $500,000. Now it's about $3.5 million just in insurance premium alone. It used to be $2 million a few years back. So we have the usual step and column. So we still have a structural deficit as the board approved our reduction plan in June. We still need to address this this year going forward. This is our recap. Real quick, in the federal programs, these are the programs that, if you recall, on July 1st, the federal government held back the funding. They released them a few weeks after them, so we are safe for 25-26. This is what we receive in 24-25. We are expecting to receive a similar amount in 25-26. So the federal government released this funding for 25-26. However, all these programs on page 7 are at risk. It is unlikely that the federal government will fund this program in 26-27. So I want to say that for the records. There's a very good chance that all these programs you see here will not return in 26-27. Title 1C, this is our migrant education program. We have a very vibrant, if not largest program in Illinois County, about $1.8 million. Title 2A, which is our basically teacher quality program to train our teachers. There's program to support our English learners, our immigrant students. There's program for student support, a whole child Title IV funding, and then the adult school. So it's about $3 million of federal funding that most likely will not return in 26-27. It doesn't seem a lot against a $300 million budget, but there are people. Like you said, 90% of our budget goes toward personnel. There are people, many people that are funded out of these programs to support our students that may not, most likely won't return in 26-27. So there's the rest of the federal programs that are what we call safe. We know that most likely these programs will return and have permanent funding. The Title I Part A program to support low-income students, special education, IDEA, Head Start, Carl Perkins, CTE, and the National School Lunch Program. So about $18 million in federal funding will be safe, ongoing, but about $3 will not, most likely won't return. So we are preparing for, we have a year to prepare and to react to that. We will adjust, and we have to adjust. And unfortunately, some of the services will not return. So that is the end of my budget update, Mr. President.
Board member, Dr. Rios.
And I get it, ever since the pandemic, we keep dreading the worst, and then we get more money than ever. So I'm going to continue to be optimistic. I'd like to talk about the $5.2 million on page 5 that are going to be for student support and professional development. Is this all new money?
Yes, ma'am. It's one-time block grant for this year, 25-26.
I expect to see new programs. I expect to see new positions that are going to indeed help our students improve. I want to see new professional development. That's a lot of money. And I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot of money. And so I really want to, I don't know if you plan on giving us an idea of how this money is going to be spent. But again, I hope that we don't end up seeing the same, and then, being told that it got spent on professional development and student support. I really want to know, are we going to do high-impact tutoring? Are we going to bring in BCBAs to help with the behavior issues that we're dealing with in the schools that ultimately help instruction in the classrooms? I was at the event at the Transcend event, or no, actually, this was from the other meeting, where they told us that 70% of our teachers are saying that they want more support in behavior. And so, we want great instruction in the classroom. We need to support our educators with things like behavior. So, very excited about this money, even more excited to see how we're going to spend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu?
Thank you. So, on page, so the structural deficit, can you elaborate a little bit for us to understand?
Thank you for the question. The structural deficit mean our budget structurally, our expenditure is higher than revenues by 3.3 millions. So one way to address that is just to spend down the reserve, right? You're gonna spend more than your expected revenues, so you will have a deficit spending. You can spend out your reserve, and when you run out of that, then the county will require you to make cuts. That's just the bottom line. So they would expect to see, the fancy term called fiscal stabilization plan, meaning a budget reduction plan. Yeah, eventually we'll have to address that.
So that's something that's the county will require for us to do.
Correct.
Okay. So are we doing anything for reduction in expenditure for this year?
Yeah, so
To
last,
reduce
if
the
you
3.3
remember the
million?
budget you adopted in June, you addressed about 5.7 million of that.
Yeah.
Already. So
Already.
this is on top of that. So we'll monitor it, and when we bring the budget for you for next year, we will have to address this.
Okay. So that's something that we cannot avoid. And
Correct.
then for page 7, for the federal programs, that will be not coming back, but this affects like English learners. For this, I trust that in the past, it seemed like the district have been pretty creative about using other funds. Should we have this cut in some of these programs?
Yes.
Are we, like, for example, the 5.2 million, some will be used to cover that?
So we will have to bring a budget forward
Yeah.
to the board for approval
Right,
on how to
yes.
use the money, right? Keep in mind that the 5.2 million is one time.
Yes.
So you only have it for one time, and you don't see it again. So whatever you do, you want to make sure that you spend it one time and not commit to anything ongoing, right? Again, the direction from the state is, this is the grant, it's a block grant. You can use for student support, you can use for professional development, you can use it to address any unexpected rising in costs. So we'll have a plan for the board.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Board Clerk Bowie?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Just as a follow-up and to chime in on what Dr. Rios has mentioned related to the student support and professional development, I've had numerous conversations in the past couple weeks, both with educators in the district and outside the district, regarding the new behavioral issues that are arising in our schools, whether it's, lingering effects of COVID or, the new again, rise in electronics and what the kids are being exposed to and using when they're not in school, maybe at home, and figuring out ways that we can address those issues, because it can be a distraction in the classrooms if you know, our teachers are asked to kind of handle that. We want to make sure we take care of our kids and give them the help they need, but we also need to support our educators who are observing that daily. So you just listed more ways that we can utilize this money, but again, whatever we can do to support our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McHatton?
So that 5.2 in student support and professional development, does that have to be used in this year?
It does not. So usually with this block grant, I don't say usually, this block, we have 3 years to spend it.
Okay, thank you on that. And then looking forward, like to 2026, 27, our budget's not looking particularly great. And with the cuts in the federal funding, and matching that with our decrease in enrollment, I think we're going to have to look carefully at how we move forward and how we continue to be a successful district.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just listening to my colleagues. I know it's 3 years for the 5.2 you said, student support professional development. Are we going to ask our staff a survey? Because I can tell you right now, beginning of the school year, I'm done with professional development. I'm like my brain is like, you know, so I know at some point, you know, our teachers are doing a lot of professional development. Are we going to give them a survey and ask what they would like to have professional development on? And do we have to spend it on both, or can it be heavy on one side and less on another?
It's a block grant, so there's a lot of flexibility for the local school board. So we will bring forward the guidelines from the state and the allowable expenditures and a recommendation in terms of budget and the timeline for that. That's how we normally do it. So, and of course, we'll get feedback from different groups. That's our normal process is, we usually have a budget session with our employee groups, and then we discuss all these things with them.
Okay. No, I don't want to presume anything. I just want to make a quick comment regarding the federal programs that are slated to potentially be cut. So I'm proud of ABC for in the past where the federal government did stop funding those programs, and we actually presumed that they would fund those programs, and we spent the money, advanced it, and we continued our programs the best we could despite the many challenges. So I'm hopeful that we can find a way from some source of funds that we have to prioritize migrant education, which is a great program that we have that helps the parents teach their kids. I want to encourage these English learners and the immigrant students, because we all were immigrants at one point, student support and academic enrichment. All these things add up to $2.8 million. And instead of putting it into paint or a building, I'd rather put it into these kids, these people. This is more important to me. If you were to ask me what my priority is, although it's not what it is, there's no vote on this particular item, I would prioritize whatever losses we had from here rather than a paint job. So thank you. Any other comments on this? I will allow it. Seeing none, let's move to the next item. All right, action items. Can I have a motion to approve committee member and student appointees to the board advisory committees?
Tatiana moves.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Noyola, Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. I would like to present my representative for the strategic planning, Ms. Sanchez Cruz. I think she's been waiting very patiently, so I want to thank her for being here with us. I don't know if if you si guste pasar para decir unas palabras y también I'll say a few things. Ms. Sanchez Cruz has been, a model for parents. She is a very strong advocate for students with special needs, and she has been an advocate in our community for parents. And I think she's going to bring a voice to the strategic planning committee that that wasn't there before. So I'm very proud to present her for you guys to vote, and I'll let her say a few words, and then we'll have some translation too. So, le quiero dar gracias por estar aquí hoy con nosotros. Nos estaba diciendo que usted es un padre que es modelo para todos los otros padres y también que su trabajo apoyando padres que en sus derechos de niños con necesidades especiales es muy importante en este comité y su voz es muy importante también. Gracias.
Gracias. Buenas noches, presentes, mesa directiva. Es un placer para mí estar el día de hoy aquí con ustedes y el privilegio que me dan para poder presentarme. Necesito.
¿Quiere que lo
traduzca por partes o todo?
Do you guys want me to translate once she's done and then I translate in English, or do you guys want to? A little bit at a time. Okay.
Yes.
Dice que de poco.
Ok, entonces me...
Okay.
Ok. Distinguido miembro, es un honor para mí estar el día de hoy aquí con ustedes y darme la oportunidad de poder participar en este momento.
It's an honor for her to be here and give her the opportunity to be here with you guys to participate in this moment.
Mi nombre es Adelaida Sánchez Cruz y tengo el privilegio de incorporarme en este miembro colegiado en este momento para aportar mi experiencia, mi conocimiento y poder colaborar con la comunidad educativa.
Okay. Her name is Adela Sanchez Cruz, and she has the privilege to incorporate to this program with the purpose to bring all her experience and her knowledge and to compromise to the service of all the community for the education.
Soy ingeniera en redes y telecomunicaciones y licenciada en ciencias de la computadora. Además de mi profesión, el trabajo social con experiencia apoyando a las personas con discapacidad en nuestra comunidad.
I'm just going to be reading what she is reading, but in English. She's an engineer on telecommunications, and she is a licensing on science of computers, and she is a professional on social work, and she has experience helping everybody with disabilities and their families.
He tenido una trayectoria y he trabajado de cerca con la comunidad, coordinando programas sociales, promoviendo inclusión y fortaleciendo el compromiso con la comunidad.
Along on her trajectory, she has worked really close to the community, doing as a coordinator with programs and like helping the community and having a compromise and helping with inclusion.
Cuento con las habilidades de defensoría para la planificación de los programas y la participación en la comunidad y he logrado grandes compromisos con nuestra comunidad obteniendo servicios junto con el centro regional y los programas educativos.
Oh gosh, that was quick. Okay. She has the ability on planification with the programs and participating with the community, and she has been successful helping all the families to navigate all the services on the regional center and all the educational programs.
Nací y crecí en México, donde completé mi sólida profesión como ingeniera en tecnológica en especialidades en telecomunicaciones. Mi respaldo académico me ha ayudado a poder desarrollarme con la comunidad y poder llevar el impacto con nuestra comunidad educativa y social.
She was born and raised in Mexico, where she completed her her classes of technology, and she had a master's on telecommunications, and she has professional academic that had helped her to develop on different sectors to bring solutions and answers of high impact and innovations.
Además, estoy profundamente comprometida con mi comunidad, impulsando acciones que promuevan el acceso equitativo a los servicios y la representación de todas las voces en toma de decisiones y fortalecimiento de las redes de apoyo.
She's deeply compromised with her community. She wants to push all the actions and promote the access so everybody can have an equity in the services, and representing all the voices and all the decisions they're taking so they can have a better rate of the apoyo. The word just slipped my mind.
Me identifico plenamente con la misión del Distrito Escolar ABC y visualizo mi participación como una oportunidad para impulsar proyectos que generen entornos educativos inclusivos, seguros y resilientes, fomentando la diversidad, la innovación y el aprendizaje permanente para nuestra comunidad. Sería para mí un privilegio poder participar en este consejo y espero colaborar con iniciativas significativas que fortalezcan los servicios, la inclusión y el apoyo de nuestra comunidad.
She says she feels deeply identified with the mission of the district, unified ABC, and she visualized her participation as an opportunity to push more projects that it could be like inclusive for all the students and resilient, try to bring all the diversity and the innovation for all the knowledge permanent for the students. And it will be a privilege for me to be a part of this group. And she wants to bring in collaboration a lot of services that could make it better and the inclusion for the community. And she's the thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
None.
Do we have any board comment on this item? Board Member Mendoza?
Thank you. I just want to say I'm really glad to see that we have community members who want to participate in our committees and who are coming and speaking in their native language and feel comfortable doing that. My question is, will we have support with translation? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Bowie?
Yes, I want to echo Board Member Mendoza's comments. I feel an immense sense of appreciation to the community members who volunteer their time to attend meetings, to our student representatives who also do the same. And, you know, I'm honored to have 5 appointees, 2 of whom are parents in the community who are doing this probably, you know, to help their kids and to help their children's experience here in the district. I believe 3 of my other appointees are alumni So they're coming and giving back to their community. So again, I'm honored and privileged to have them represent their voices. So thank you so much to everyone who participates in that.
Thank you. So, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it, 7-0. Thank you. Next item, can I have a motion to adopt the strategic plan for the 2025-2028 school years?
Second.
Second, Vice President? Okay, Dr. Zitlo.
Thank you. So we have for you the document. As we presented previously, we did add on page 9 the phrase that had been repeated about enhancing academic outcomes for all along that road. And I think it will set a nice trajectory, that one vision for all students, that we're looking for every kid to grow and every kid to have opportunity when they leave us at the end.
All right, is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? And I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it, 7-0. Thank you. Item 4.4, can I have a motion to accept the gift report 2501 totaling $100,224,040? Thank you. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Board President Nishi. Usually you see this as a consent item, but from now on we will bring it forward as an action item so that we can recognize the different donors throughout the school. So for the month of July, we received donations totaling $110,224.40 from various families and organizations supporting our schools. And we are bringing it forward to the board for approval.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
None.
Is there any board comments on this item? Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I just want to echo Mr. Nguyen that I asked for this to be action item because I think it's really important to recognize the people who are supporting our schools. You can look and see that PTAs all over the district are supporting. We've got booster clubs, we've got foundations who are really supporting our schools, setting up the schools, getting ready for the beginning of the school year. I'm pretty sure they're probably homework folders and you know, stuff that's going to support our schools because you know, kids like to have nice things. I like to have nice things. And so just a big thank you, a big abrazo, a big hug to really, really thank you. And I know it's going to continue through the school year, so I'm glad to see this as an action item. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And thank the community for being so generous to our district and having faith in our schools. And you don't donate to something you don't have faith in, so thank you. That's all I can say. All right. Having said that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Better not hear any nays. Motion passes 7-0. All right, we're on to the last item, or last two items, board members' reports. Thank you, Board Clerk Bowie.
Thank you, President Nishi. Happy 5th day of school to all the kids. I can't believe it's only 5 days. It feels like a month, but I'm enjoying it. It's good to have a routine again for the kids. I was able to attend that 2 Cerritos girls volleyball games, one in Garden Grove. They won Frosh, JV, and varsity, and they had another game today. I was not able to watch the other games. I did watch junior varsity, and they won. They swept. So congratulations to the girls, and I continue to support all our student athletes who are out there, who've prepared all summer, and now they're showing off their hard work. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I just would quickly want to, again, I guess I feel like I'm in the mood of celebrating, but really praise the district for the direction that I think we're moving in. I was really super excited to have attended the Transcend event. I think that the stage has been set for us to continue to do the great work, to really focus on all students succeeding. And I think that now it's really up to the site leaders to continue to continue the work and to really take it from here, to provide the environment that our schools need, that support our teachers, that provide, I know we talked about staff development and, a lot, I remember being a teacher and sitting through a lot of it, but at the same time, challenges come up throughout the year, and I think it's on our site leaders to provide ongoing professional development. I know we even had a speaker remind us of that we need to focus on the how. We want our teachers to be successful with their students. A lot of them, have pointed out they need support with behavior. They need support with, I think at one point, one of the surveys told us that they wanted more strategies on how to work with the English learners. So I know the needs are there, and it sounds like the money's there too, so yay. But again, I really want to celebrate the fact that we, again, have all the elements that make for a successful year, because ultimately we entrust our teachers to do what they know how to do and what they can do best, which is to provide that effective instruction so that all our students can, in fact, succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola?
Thank you, President Nishi. I just wanted to share that I got to attend Hawaiian, Ferguson, and Melbourne's first day of school. I was, going from school to school, so it was fun seeing all the kids celebrated, having a good time. It reflects in our attendance that school is a welcoming, fun place, and I think our kids, see that too. I also got to grab some lemonade at Palms Park, and I'm glad to see some Leo students, were marketing and developing their business strategies, and, they convinced me, and I got 2 lemonades that day. This afternoon, I got to revisit Ferguson with some parent meetings on how to work collaboratively to engage more parents to, maybe form a PTO or get more involvement. And lastly, I will be attending the powwow this Saturday, so if you guys are welcome to attend, it's a great event, get to learn about some indigenous groups, a little bit of the history of, what came before ABC, and and lastly, I just wanted to give a shout out to MOT and our bus drivers for adjusting and finding this route to help support Hawaiian Gardens students and families. This week we've had full buses going to Ardilla, so thank you again.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. For me, it's the 4th day of school. And last time I told you I was ready to go back to work. But now that I'm there, I'm tired. I'm just tired. I have 20 first graders, and there's no tired like the beginning of the school year, but it's a good tired. And I know there's hesitation for our families to send their kids to school. We have it in our school district, in my school. We went down a little bit in our enrollment, and it's understandable with everything that's going on in our communities. But just to let our community know, schools are safe. Please send them every single day. Thank you to our district for supporting with transportation. Thank you to our staff for being there and every day welcoming our students, making sure they know that they belong there at our schools. Thank you, Board Member Dr. Rios. I went to the lemonade stand. I went to the one in Costco. I can't remember what the group's name was. But the parents of the little girl that was doing the lemonade stand, they're actually teachers. And they're actually ABCUSD teachers. So it was nice to see, and we just talked about starting the new school year. So thank you so much for that. Just a couple of things that are coming up in Artesia. The Artesia Historical Society is having their 19th annual gala. It's called School Days. It's so stinking cute. If you would like to go, you can reach out to them. It's going to be, it's called Celebrating 150 Years of Education in Artesia. It's going to be on Saturday, September 27 at 5 p.m. It's at the Albert O. Little Community Center in Artesia, at the Artesia Park. You can reach out to them, and look how cute this is. If you want to go and buy 1 ticket, you're a student. You buy 2 tickets, you're an athlete. 4 tickets makes you a valedictorian. 6 tickets makes you a teacher. I'm going to have to buy 6. 8 gets you a dean, and 10 tickets gets you a principal. So that's super cute. That's coming up if you'd like to go. Our city is also having the State of the City. It's presented by our mayor, Ali Taj. It's going to be Thursday, August 28th, 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the Artesia DES Hall. If you can go, you can register. It's $30 per person. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go because I'm teaching. But if someone from the board or superintendent can go, thank you so much. Thank you. And just thank you. I know we're going to have a great year. I know there's challenges like we always have, and I'm glad we're having the study session so we can have a discussion. to move forward. That concludes my board report, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McHatton.
I think we're off to a great year. I love the Transcend professional learning at Artesia High School. Very well planned by Mr. Lawrence and his team. Congratulations to the district on CalPAD's information being turned in on time with no errors. And I really loved that we had such a huge amount of teachers going to the Avid in-service in both at USC and at Anaheim. I love the program. I think it does wonders for kids. Congratulations also on the increase in number of students taking AP tests and getting a score of 3. I also went to the Lemonade event, as I was saying to Mr. Noyola. I think it's a really good program. It teaches financial literacy to young kids. I think that whole piece is really great, but I'm not quite sure why they all have lemonade stands. I mean, why don't they have, I don't know, Coke stands or whatever? But they all have lemonade, which I would like a variety. But other than that, I think it's great that they're teaching them financial literacy. And I helped on Saturday with the GAR Band Boosters serve lunch to their ever-growing band. Oh, my God. Really getting huge. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. I just wanted to, mention about the world language and how, we have different groups. And I remember the Chinese school, they also mentioned about the difficulty of using the ABC facility because of the liability insurance. And I think that it would be good to explain to the public the reason for the increase in the cost. Because our district is paying the insurance, the premium went up from 2 million to 3.5 million in this last, how many years? Was it few years, right? Yeah, so I think that it might be helpful to explain to the community, and I wonder if we can find a way to have these groups, different organizations, use the facility at a lower cost. That would be really good because, the families are willing to use Saturdays to educate their children, and that is, we need to applaud. They're sacrificing their Saturdays, and these are our ABC students, and we need to find a way to support them. And also, secondly, I would like to request and see if between Dr. Su and Dr. Zitlow and Tuan to send our board members the report that the school works made, because the data was pretty extensive. It was very detailed, and I thought that for us before the study session in September, for us to review that would be helpful, because that report kind of broke down, and I didn't get to really understand the entire reasons for choosing certain schools and so forth. So I think that this will be good time for us to revisit and study. In addition to your data, I'm sure that data had more. So I'd appreciate it. If there's any other explanation, that'll be helpful too. Thank you.
Thank you. Announcements. Special study session will be Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025 at 6 p.m. at the district office boardroom. Please come with ideas, suggestions. We will try to make it more interactive. So public is definitely welcome to come and give us ideas. Our next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, September 16th, 2025 at 7 p.m. district office boardroom. We have some committee meetings, so please come to those too. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee will be Tuesday, August 26th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. These will all be at the district office boardroom. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee will be Wednesday, October 27th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. District conference room. Of course, the next one's a different place. Citizens Oversight Committee will be Wednesday, September 10th at 6 p.m. Location will be the district conference room. The Diversity, Unity, Equity Program and DO Board Advisory Committee will be Thursday, September 18th at 5:30 p.m. at the district office boardroom. The Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee will be Thursday, September 25th at 6 p.m. district conference room. Dates to remember, legal holiday, don't come here on Labor Day, September 1st, 2025. I won't be here. Second public comment section. Do you see anybody out there? Press that button.
None.
Thank you. Adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn in the memory of Mr. Mario Orozco, Gar High School wrestling coach? Mr. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. Tonight we close and our meeting in memory of Gar High School wrestling coach, Mr. Mario Orozco. He began his wrestling coaching in Gar in 1993 when one of his sons became a student and played football and was a wrestler. He continued coaching at Gar after his son Brian graduated, and he was the head coach of the wrestling team for 10 years, and he was my coach during that time. He took a leave of absence from coaching at Gar when he was officiating wrestling for CIF, but his love of coaching brought him back to the mat, and he continued coaching until he moved in July of 2024. During his time as a coach, he had several wrestlers make it to CIF state tournament, and he was an encouragement to the women's wrestler at Gar when the team was co-ed and Gar did not have a full girls team. Coach Orozco graduated from Gar High School in 1971. While attending Gar, he earned varsity letters 2 times in football and 3 times in wrestling. And he was given the Lineman of the Week in 1970 and All-American Award as a center in 1970 as well. In addition to coaching at Gar, he coached youth football, Little League, girls softball, and high school football in the area. He also supported high school athletics through his work as an umpire referee for girls softball, football, and wrestling in the area. Coach Orozco was an example of an alumni who gave back in many ways to his community and was a blessing to his family and friends, and he will be missed deeply. So, thank you.
Thank you. So, all in favor of closing in his honor, say aye. 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 We are adjourned.
Of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company, and of all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me, and all I've done for want of wit to memory I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass